Hello, and welcome back to the quiet side of the wizarding world. If you found your way here tonight, I already know something about you. You love stories. Not just any stories, stories filled with magic, mystery, heartache, and hope. And maybe, like me, you find a certain peace in hearing them told gently, in the safety of nightfall, as sleep begins to drift in like mist over the forbidden forest. So tonight, I'd like to tell you the real story of Albus Dumbledore. Not the one you heard in passing whispers through castle corridors. Not the one from Rita Skeeter's headlines. But the full story, told slowly, chapter by chapter, of a boy with too much talent, a brother with too much burden, a friend who chased the wrong dream, and a man who, in the end, chose love over power. This is a journey through his entire life, from the shadows of Mould-on-the-Wold to the marble tomb on the lakeshore of Hogwarts. We'll walk with him through heartbreak, ambition, regret, and redemption. So before we begin, go ahead and drop a like on this video. It really does help others find their way here. And if you've been here before, you already know, subscribe to hear more magical stories told just like this one, softly, slowly, and without rush. Because I know, you're not just here for the facts. You're here to fall asleep. And you've come to the right place. Now, take a breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and get comfortable. Let me tell you the true, forgotten story of Albus Dumbledore. It begins, as many wizarding tales do, with a boy who was far too clever for his own good. Long before he was headmaster of Hogwarts, long before his name became synonymous with greatness or controversy, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was simply a boy, curious, gifted, and burdened with a family far more complicated than the world would ever understand. He was born in the small wizarding village of Mould-on-the-Wold in the summer of 1881, the first child of Kendra and Percival Dumbledore. By all accounts, Albus was a brilliant child from the beginning. His magic manifested early, subtle at first, but undeniable. His first signs of power were gentle, floating books, flickering lights, whispers in the wind that seemed to respond to his laughter. It was clear, even then, that this child was something extraordinary. But the Dumbledore home was no peaceful nursery of talent. Behind closed doors, the family carried a secret. Albus's younger sister, Ariana, showed wild, uncontrolled magic following a traumatic attack by 3 Muggle boys when she was just 6 years old. They had seen her performing unintentional magic and reacted with cruelty, mocking, cornering her, and hurting her so severely that she withdrew completely, retreating into herself. What magic remained in Ariana twisted inward, erupting unpredictably in destructive outbursts. When Albus was around 8, their father Percival did what many fathers might, he retaliated. But his revenge was seen as a brutal assault on Muggles and resulted in his arrest and sentencing to Azkaban. He never explained his reasons, choosing to protect Ariana's condition from public scrutiny rather than claim a just cause. The wizarding world condemned him as a Muggle hater. The Dumbledore name was tarnished before Albus ever held a wand. With Percival imprisoned and the family now living in fear of exposure, Kendra moved the children to Godric's Hollow, a village rich in magical history, but quiet enough to disappear into. She raised them with fierce discipline, protective to the point of severity. Ariana was hidden from view, her condition explained away as illness. Aberforth, Albus's younger brother, grew increasingly resentful of the secrecy and isolation forced upon them. Meanwhile, Albus thrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sorted into Gryffindor, he quickly distinguished himself as one of the most brilliant students the school had ever seen. His professors, especially Professor Armando Ditpet, then Transfiguration teacher, recognized his intellect and potential early. He won nearly every academic prize Hogwarts had to offer and published original magical theory in Transfiguration today before he graduated. Yet Albus's genius could not shield him from the growing tension at home. Every summer, he returned to a house full of silence, shame, and storm clouds. Ariana's magical fits were worsening. 𝒆𝒑 grew angrier, convinced that their family was crumbling under the weight of secrecy, while Albus began to chafe against the limits it placed on his own future. It all came to a devastating crescendo in 1899. Albus, just 18 and freshly graduated with top honors, was preparing to travel the wizarding world. Invited to meet magical theorists, attend conferences, and begin the life of study and discovery he had long dreamed of. But on the very eve of his departure, tragedy struck. Kendra Dumbledore was killed during one of Ariana's uncontrolled magical outbursts. The accident, if it could be called that, brought Albus's dreams to a halt. Instead of boarding ships for international accolades, he remained at Godric's Hollow, the new head of a broken family. He became the caretaker of Ariana and the emotional lightning rod for 𝒆𝒑's simmering rage. It was in this crucible of brilliance and loss that the next great chapter of Albus Dumbledore's life would ignite. But for now, he stood in Godric's Hollow, a young man already brilliant beyond measure, with a sister he could not save, a brother he could not reach, and a father lost to Azkaban for a secret he dared not reveal. The boy who could have been anything was bound by chains no one could see. And then, 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Grindelwald arrived. The arrival of 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Grindelwald in Godric's Hollow was, by all appearances, a coincidence. Yet few coincidences in magical history would prove so consequential. Grindelwald was a prodigy, a student expelled from Durmstrang Institute for conducting dark magical experiments beyond his years, yet already spoken of in hushed tones among those who understood the difference between talent and genius. With flaxen hair, sharp cheekbones, and a gaze that shimmered with both arrogance and vision, he arrived in the sleepy village to stay with his great-aunt Bathilda Bagshot, the renowned magical historian. Albus and 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 met as if summoned to one another, two blazing minds drawn by mutual recognition. Bathilda, fond of young Dumbledore and always eager for stimulating conversation, arranged their first meeting under the guise of intellectual company. What followed was something far deeper than friendship, something intoxicating. In 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, Albus saw not only a peer, but a partner. Someone who understood the weight of magical responsibility, the burden of genius, and the frustration of a world unwilling to change. They spent long afternoons in Bathilda's study and longer nights under the stars, debating magical ethics, power structures, and ancient secrets. They talked of the Deathly Hallows, particularly the Elder Wand, which 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 believed to be real and obtainable. Together, they forged a vision. A revolution. A new world where wizards ruled not through conquest, but through guidance, benevolent overlords to muggles, steering the course of history for the greater good. That phrase would come to haunt Albus for the rest of his life, but in those days, it was an ideal. A mission. Something that made him feel alive again. It was the first time since Ariana's attack that Albus had felt the bright, burning fire of ambition. With 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, he wasn't a caretaker or a trapped heir. He was a creator of the future. They even plotted the path forward. The search for the Hallows, the structure of magical governance, and the eventual unification of wizardkind under a single enlightened order. But reality, as ever, was less forgiving than theory. 𝒆𝒆𝒑, already weary of Albus's detachment from their family, watched these meetings with suspicion. While Albus dreamed of a grand new world, Ariana sat neglected, her magical surges growing more unstable. 𝒆𝒆𝒑 confronted his brother one August evening, furious that Albus had once again lost sight of the only thing that mattered, family. The argument escalated quickly. 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, proud and unrepentant, lashed out at 𝒆𝒆𝒑. Wands were drawn. And then, suddenly, Ariana appeared. What happened next remained forever blurred, even to those who witnessed it. A burst of uncontrolled magic, wild, confused, and lethal, struck the room. When the smoke cleared, Ariana was dead. Albus's baby sister, the girl he had spent his life protecting, lay lifeless on the floor. Whether it was Albus's spell, 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, or Ariana's own unstable magic that killed her, no one ever knew. The guilt was shared, but the shame lived most deeply in Albus. 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 fled the village the next day, escaping into the shadows of Europe, where he would one day rise again with fire and fury. Albus Dumbledore, meanwhile, was left behind, his dreams turned to ash, his sister buried, his brother broken, and his conscience stained by ambition unchecked. It was a turning point not only for the man, but for the world. For in that moment, Albus made the most difficult choice of his life. He would never again seek power for himself. He would never pursue the Hallows. And he would carry Ariana's death with him, not as a memory, but as a vow. The summer of Grindelwald was over. The war of ideology was yet to come. But already, the first scar had been carved, deep and permanent, into the soul of Albus Dumbledore. In the years that followed Ariana's death, Albus Dumbledore became a man divided, brilliant but withdrawn, honored but haunted. The boy who might have conquered the magical world chose instead to retreat into its margins, turning down positions of power and invitations of prestige, burying himself in academic work at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He accepted a position teaching transfiguration, quickly earning a reputation as a fierce intellectual and captivating instructor. Underneath his whimsical classroom charm and his famously flamboyant robes, however, was a man in exile, from his dreams, from his past, and from himself. He turned down the position of Minister for Magic more than once. The first time, the offer came within a year of Grindelwald's disappearance, and Dumbledore refused flatly. "I had proven myself unfit to hold power," he later told Elphia's Doge. Those who are best suited to power are often those who have never sought it. The second offer came years later, after a series of ministry scandals, and again he declined, this time with a quiet melancholy that no one questioned. Instead, he focused his mind on discovery and teaching. His work in alchemy, magical theory, and transfiguration helped shape modern magical scholarship. He collaborated with Nicholas Flamel, helped develop the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and corresponded with some of the most brilliant minds of the magical world. His paper on invisibility and the optical properties of magical fabric was still referenced in OWL prep books decades later. Yet even as the magical world celebrated him, Albus remained uneasy in its embrace. Occasionally, word of Grindelwald's rise would reach him through whispers and headlines. From the shadows of Eastern Europe, the name began to spread: a new order, pure magical blood, dominion over muggles, and a growing army. Though the public didn't yet connect the dark wizard to the charming student once expelled from Durmstrang, Albus knew. Every new outrage, every captured artifact, every rally held in secret, he knew. And he said nothing. Why? The reasons were many and painful. Guilt, cowardice, shame, and, above all, fear that when the time came, he would have to face Grindelwald again, not as a friend, but as an enemy. Not as the brilliant boy in Godric's Hollow, but as the architect of a global war. And still, Dumbledore waited. He taught generation after generation of young witches and wizards, including a clever boy named Tom Riddle, whose hunger for knowledge and charm reminded Dumbledore uncomfortably of another student from long ago. He investigated ancient magic, helped improve Muggle-wizard relations, and quietly worked to undo the damage of his youth. But the one thing he would not do, the one thing the world needed him to do, was confront 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Grindelwald. Not yet. For all his power, Albus was still a man trapped in the wreckage of his own past. His sister's death had taught him that ambition could kill, that ideals could blind, and that love, when wrapped in the wrong cause, could destroy more than it creates. He no longer believed in power. He believed in restraint. And in the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, far from the headlines and thrones he once dreamed of, he practiced that belief like a penance. As the 1930s bled into the 1940s, the magical world found itself darkening by degrees, its leaders fractured, its citizens anxious, and at the heart of it, a name spreading like wildfire across the continent. 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Grindelwald. What began as whispers became revolution. In the shadows of Muggle conflict, Grindelwald built his empire. He promised order, vision, and destiny, a new magical hierarchy with wizards atop and muggles guided like sheep beneath them. To those who remember the chaos of the Great War, his promises seemed intoxicating. To others, terrifying. His followers called themselves the Acolytes, and their numbers swelled in secret. From a towering fortress in Central Europe known as Nurmengard, Grindelwald launched his crusade. Magical artifacts were seized. Magical bloodlines were tracked. The first open acts of violence were aimed at ministry officials who refused to comply. Then came Muggle villages, burned, vanished, forgotten. The International Confederation of Wizards debated, then stalled. Grindelwald's crimes crossed borders, but few dared pursue him. Only one name ever arose in serious discussions of resistance: Albus Dumbledore. But he refused. Years passed. The pressure mounted. The world knew Dumbledore was the only wizard alive who could match Grindelwald in power. And yet, he hesitated. Many believed he feared defeat. But the truth was far more painful. Albus feared what victory might cost, not just to himself, but to the world. For he and Grindelwald had once dreamed the same dream. And buried in that dream, beneath the ashes of Ariana and the lies of youth, was something unspoken, love, or something close enough to it that Albus could never fully sever it from his heart. But Grindelwald went too far. In 1945, his forces raided a secret magical research facility in Liechtenstein and slaughtered both wizards and muggles alike. Entire archives of magical history were destroyed. Survivors told tales of torture and experiments, proof that Grindelwald's vision had rotted into cruelty. Dumbledore's silence ended that day. He left Hogwarts under Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, crossed the continent, and issued a quiet, direct challenge. The world held its breath. The duel between Albus Dumbledore and 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Grindelwald would go down in magical history as the most powerful ever witnessed. Eyewitness accounts were fragmentary: blinding light, shattering stone, spells no one could name. It is said the air itself cracked with the force of their magic. For 3 hours they battled through the skies above Nurmengard, their wands moving faster than thought, their voices lost in the storm of magic unleashed. In the end, Dumbledore triumphed. He disarmed Grindelwald, though some say it was not mere force, but mercy that won the day. Albus did not kill him. Instead, he imprisoned his old friend in the very fortress Grindelwald had built, sealing him behind enchanted bars of his own design. With Grindelwald's defeat came the revelation: he had possessed the legendary Elder Wand, one of the fabled Deathly Hallows. When Dumbledore disarmed him, the wand shifted its loyalty to its new master. And just like that, Dumbledore became the bearer of the most powerful wand in existence. But he told no one. He took it quietly, solemnly, and with deep sorrow. For the second time in his life, Albus had claimed victory in a war he had helped create. And this time, he would carry its weight alone. From that moment on, the wand stayed hidden in his possession, used sparingly, wielded only when needed, and never for conquest. He had touched ultimate power, and he had survived it. But it left a scar no spell could mend. The defeat of 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Grindelwald in 1945 cemented Albus Dumbledore's place in history, not only as the most powerful wizard of his age, but as the one who had stepped forward when no one else dared. Yet with the duel behind him, Dumbledore refused the accolades. He declined appointments to the International Confederation of Wizards, to the Wizengamart's highest chair, and again, most pointedly, to the office of Minister for Magic. He returned instead to the one place that still felt safe, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts had long been more than a school to Albus. It was sanctuary. It was continuity. And now, it became his burden to protect. Shortly after the duel, Dumbledore was named headmaster, succeeding Armando Dippet. His appointment was met with celebration and unease. The public saw him as a war hero, a duelist, and a philosopher. What few understood was that Dumbledore's truest work was only beginning. He believed Hogwarts should be more than a place of magical instruction. He saw it as a crucible for unity, between bloodlines, between traditions, between futures. He worked to reshape the curriculum, hired professors who challenged bias, and quietly resisted the creeping influence of pureblood supremacy still lingering in wizarding culture. His decisions were not always popular, especially among conservative wizarding families. Yet Dumbledore's vision endured. He developed an almost mythic presence within the school. He would arrive silently at duels in progress and halt them with a glance. He was known to stroll the castle at midnight in bare feet, humming chamber music. He rarely raised his voice, but when he did, even portraits flinched. And always, behind the twinkle in his eye, there lingered something somber, something watchful. He also began to build something else. Quietly, without fanfare, he formed a network of allies, scholars, diplomats, ministry officials, and former students, those who had seen war and knew its cost. Though the Order of the Phoenix would not be publicly named for another 3 decades, its roots were planted in those early years. But Dumbledore's most critical work was still to come. In the early 1930s, he had encountered a boy at an orphanage in London, Tom Marvolo Riddle, whose power and charisma had chilled Dumbledore even then. Tom had been intelligent, manipulative, and deeply cruel, even as a child. Dumbledore had allowed him to attend Hogwarts, but never once trusted him. Now, as headmaster, he watched as Riddle's legacy began to echo through the halls. The name Lord Voldemort had begun to circulate in whispers. First among fringe movements, then in dark alleys, and finally in outright acts of magical terrorism. Though the wizarding world remained skeptical, Dumbledore knew exactly who he was dealing with. He also understood that Voldemort was something different from Grindelwald. Where Grindelwald had sought to lead, Voldemort sought to dominate. Where Grindelwald had clung to ideology, Voldemort clung only to himself. And while 𝒍𝒆𝒆 had wielded an ancient wand, Voldemort had discovered something darker, Horcruxes. A magical mutilation. Sciences in every corridor. He kept the school open during times of tension, arguing again and again that Hogwarts was not just a place of learning, but the heart of magical Britain. He would not let fear hollow it out. It was also during this time that Dumbledore began collecting magical artifacts and knowledge. Not to hoard, but to understand. Some he stored in his office. Others he protected with enchantments so complex even the most gifted students couldn't decipher them. Among these was the Resurrection Stone, hidden within the cursed Gaunt Ring, a relic tied directly to Voldemort's lineage. But even the headmaster was not immune to miscalculation. When Dumbledore first discovered the ring, he attempted to wear it, driven not by ambition, but by an old, aching desire to see his family again. Ariana, Aberforth, perhaps even his parents. In doing so, he triggered the curse Voldemort had placed upon it, nearly killing himself. Only the skill of Severus Snape, a young professor he had quietly brought into his confidence, saved him. But even Snape could not reverse the damage, only delay it. The curse would kill Dumbledore slowly. And so the man who had defeated 2 Dark Lords and turned down 3 governments now began to plan his own death, carefully, strategically, and without self-pity. Albus Dumbledore had become many things, a protector, a mentor, a secret keeper. But above all, he had become what he once feared most. A man preparing a war. The war that Dumbledore had long anticipated began not with curses or chaos, but with a whisper in a dusty, dimly lit room above the Hog's Head Inn. It was there, in the winter of 1979, that Sybil Trelawney, a nervous young applicant for the divination post at Hogwarts, met Albus Dumbledore for a job interview. He did not expect brilliance. Trelawney was the great-great-granddaughter of the famous seer Cassandra Trelawney, but had shown no signs of possessing the gift herself. Then, just as Dumbledore was politely preparing to end the interview, she entered a trance and uttered a prophecy, a true one. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. It was a prophecy that Voldemort would learn only in part, but even that fragment was enough to set the future in motion. The prophecy referred to 2 potential children, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, both born at the end of July to members of the Order who had already faced Voldemort 3 times. But Voldemort chose Harry, believing the half-blood child to be a greater threat. And in doing so, he sealed his fate. Dumbledore knew at once the weight of the moment. He stationed a trusted ally, Severus Snape, to keep watch. Unfortunately, Snape, still in Voldemort's confidence, had already overheard part of the prophecy and relayed it to his master. When Voldemort chose Harry and set out to kill the boy, Snape returned to Dumbledore in desperation. He begged the headmaster to protect Lily Potter, the woman he had loved since childhood. It was this plea that changed everything. Dumbledore made arrangements. He placed the Potters under the Fidelius charm, selecting Peter Pettigrew, against his own instincts, as their secret keeper at James's insistence. And yet it failed. On the night of October 31st, 1981, Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. He murdered James and Lily. But when he tried to kill their son, Harry, the spell rebounded, ripping Voldemort's soul from his body and marking the child with a scar that would define the next 17 years. Dumbledore arrived too late. But he acted quickly. He knew that Voldemort was not truly dead, that no body meant no certainty. He also suspected, though he could not yet prove, that Voldemort had made Horcruxes, splitting his soul to achieve immortality. And so, Dumbledore made a choice that few would understand and even fewer would forgive. He left Harry Potter on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, with his only living relatives, the Dursleys. Why? Because of a magical protection rooted in blood. By placing Harry with his Aunt Petunia, Dumbledore invoked an ancient charm. As long as Harry lived in the home of someone with his mother's blood, he would be protected from Voldemort. He also knew that Harry would need to grow up away from fame, away from the temptation of his name, and away from Dumbledore himself. The prophecy did not say the Chosen One would win, it said he would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. And that power, Dumbledore believed, was love. But it would be years before Harry would know any of this. In the meantime, Dumbledore began preparing. He reformed the Order of the Phoenix, suspecting that Voldemort's influence would survive even in exile. He kept close watch over Hogwarts. He quietly investigated the Gaunt family, the Chamber of Secrets, and any trail that might lead to Voldemort's past. He also began to use Severus Snape in earnest. After Lily's death, Snape had sworn an unbreakable vow to protect her son. Dumbledore trusted him, warily, but completely, and brought him back to Hogwarts as Potions Master, shielding him from scrutiny while using him as a double agent. Each move, each protection, each deception, Dumbledore played like a long, painful game of chess. Not out of vanity, but out of necessity. He did not believe in fate. But he believed in preparation. And Harry Potter, still just a baby with a lightning scar, had already become the center of a storm that no prophecy could fully explain. When Harry Potter returned to the Wizarding World in the summer of 1991, the public treated it as a miracle. But to Albus Dumbledore, it was a calculated turning point, one that he had orchestrated patiently for a decade. The letter arrived, as Dumbledore knew it would. The boy was 11. His name had been etched into the Hogwarts Book of Admittance since infancy. And so began the quiet reintroduction of the Chosen One into the world he would someday be called to save. Dumbledore did not meet Harry upon his arrival. That task fell to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, and the other caretakers of the school. He watched from a distance, letting the boy form friendships and impressions on his own. In this way, Dumbledore shaped Harry's life as subtly as a gardener tending a distant branch, rarely seen, always present. Still, Dumbledore's influence was everywhere. He had sorted Harry into Gryffindor, or at least allowed the hat to listen to Harry's heart. He made sure Harry was given a wand with a phoenix feather, the twin of Voldemort's. He ensured that Quirrell's position as defense against the dark arts professor was temporary. When Voldemort's presence was discovered in Quirrell's body, Dumbledore let events unfold, arriving at just the right moment to save Harry, without ever truly explaining how he had known to return. As Harry grew, Dumbledore began revealing truths in layers, never all at once. He believed that knowledge was power, and that power given too soon could overwhelm. At first, Harry was told little. Later, fragments. Then, in time, the truth. But Dumbledore made mistakes. In Harry's second year, the Chamber of Secrets was reopened. Students were petrified. A monster roamed the castle. Dumbledore suspected the culprit, Tom Riddle's diary, one of the Horcruxes he had begun to suspect Voldemort had made. But he lacked proof. He was briefly removed as headmaster, and it was only through Fawkes the Phoenix, Gryffindor's sword, and Harry's own courage that the crisis ended. Still, Dumbledore watched. He was beginning to see something extraordinary, not just power, but character. Compassion. Bravery. A refusal to become what he was told he must be. In Harry's third year, Dumbledore took a risk by allowing Sirius Black to escape. He believed in truth over punishment. In Harry's fourth year, during the Triwizard Tournament, he recognized at once that Voldemort had returned, reborn in blood, bone, and betrayal. The wizarding world, however, did not believe him. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, refused to accept Voldemort's return. He feared Dumbledore's influence more than any dark wizard. And so, a campaign of denial and discrediting began. Dumbledore was publicly maligned, Harry was painted as unstable, and the Ministry began to infiltrate Hogwarts itself. Still, Dumbledore held firm. He reassembled the Order of the Phoenix, now operating out of number 12 Grimmauld Place. He coordinated efforts to protect prophecy records, guard the Department of Mysteries, and track Voldemort's movements. But in Harry's fifth year, Dumbledore made perhaps his gravest mistake: he withdrew from the boy. Fearing that Voldemort could access Harry's thoughts, Dumbledore kept his distance, cold, aloof, seemingly uncaring. Harry, wounded and confused, spiraled. The Ministry installed Dolores Umbridge to control the school, and Dumbledore did nothing to stop her, not openly. He waited, hoping the pressure would forge Harry into something stronger. It did, but at a terrible cost. In the Department of Mysteries, Harry led his friends into a trap. The Order rescued them, but Sirius Black was killed. The prophecy was lost. And only then did Dumbledore finally explain what he had hidden for so long. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry now understood the truth: either he or Voldemort must die. And Dumbledore, for all his wisdom, knew the price would fall on the shoulders of a child he had raised to be a weapon. He wept that night, not in front of Harry, but alone. Because it was the first time in decades he had let himself feel the full weight of what he had done. By the time Harry Potter entered his sixth year at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore had already begun to die. The curse placed on Marvolo Gaunt's ring, a Horcrux, and secretly the Resurrection Stone, had spread through his hand the instant he tried to wear it. It would have killed him within hours had it not been for Severus Snape, who managed to halt its progress. But even Snape could not undo the damage. The clock had started. And so, the final campaign of Dumbledore's life began, not with fanfare or war drums, but with a deliberate countdown and a delicate, devastating plan. He confided in Harry more than ever before. No more riddles, no more omissions. He told Harry about the Horcruxes. Fragments of Voldemort's soul, embedded in objects and protected by dark enchantments. They had to be destroyed, one by one, or Voldemort would remain immortal. Together, Dumbledore and Harry began the hunt. Between lessons, Dumbledore shared memories he had collected, some willingly given, others extracted with difficulty, from figures in Voldemort's past: Bob Ogden, 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, Slughorn. The pattern was becoming clear. Voldemort had sought to split his soul 7 times, embedding pieces in powerful or symbolically significant objects. Each memory was a blade, each truth a wound. And in the midst of it all, Dumbledore planned his own death. He had long known that Draco Malfoy had been tasked with killing him. The boy's attempts, poisoned mead, a cursed necklace, were clumsy but sincere. Yet Dumbledore did not punish him. He pitied him. Draco, like Harry, had been conscripted into a war he did not fully understand. So Dumbledore made a plan with Severus Snape. When the time came, it would be Snape who killed him. This served several purposes. It would protect Draco's soul, sparing him the guilt of murder. It would cement Snape's loyalty in Voldemort's eyes, deepening his cover as a double agent. And most importantly, it would allow Dumbledore to die on his own terms, without pain, without the curse overtaking him in agony. In June of that year, Dumbledore and Harry set out to retrieve what he believed to be Slytherin's locket, hidden in a cursed seaside cave. The process nearly killed them both. Dumbledore was forced to drink a potion that brought hallucinations and anguish, likely forcing him to relive the night of Ariana's death. Harry, panicked and helpless, could only watch. When they returned to Hogsmeade, Dumbledore was weak. His hand trembled. His breath was thin. And the dark mark hovered over the Astronomy Tower. They ascended in silence. There, cornered by Death Eaters and a terrified Draco, Dumbledore stood tall. He never raised his wand. He tried to save the boy even then, offering protection for Draco and his mother. And when Snape arrived, Dumbledore gave him one final glance. "Severus, please?" It was not a plea for life. It was a request to honor their plan. The Avada Kedavra struck. Dumbledore fell. And in falling, he orchestrated the most critical move in the war. His death broke the last barrier of Voldemort's caution. The Elder Wand, the Death Stick, had passed to Snape, or so Voldemort would one day believe. In truth, it had not. But Dumbledore's plan relied on that misunderstanding. Below the tower, Harry watched it all, frozen by the full bodybind curse Dumbledore had cast on him minutes before. He watched the only father figure he had ever truly known fall from the battlements, lifeless. The Phoenix keened. And the castle mourned. But Dumbledore was not gone. He had left behind pieces, clues, protections, and faith. He had gambled his life on Harry's heart, believing that love, not power, would defeat Voldemort. And though his body was buried beneath white marble on the lake's edge, his presence lingered in every corridor, every plan, every final step Harry would take. Albus Dumbledore was dead. But the war was not over. For most, death is a wall, the end of history, the last line of the ledger. But for Albus Dumbledore, death was not so final. As ever, he had planned too carefully, and loved too deeply, to be truly gone. When Harry Potter willingly walked into the Forbidden Forest to die, carrying within him a piece of Voldemort's soul, he did so knowing what Dumbledore had taught him, that true power lies in sacrifice, and that choosing death freely might grant him a greater kind of life. When Voldemort cast the killing curse, Harry did not pass into oblivion. He awoke in a place that resembled King's Cross Station, bathed in light and silence. There, waiting for him, unaged, whole, and deeply calm, stood Albus Dumbledore. It was not a ghost, nor a dream. It was, perhaps, a manifestation of Harry's mind, or the remnants of Dumbledore's soul anchored by the resurrection stone and the bond between them. Whatever its nature, the conversation that followed was real in every way that mattered. Dumbledore was kind, warm, and, at last, honest. He confirmed what Harry had only begun to piece together, that Harry himself was a Horcrux, and that the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him had been destroyed by the killing curse. Harry, however, remained alive, sustained by his own soul, by Lily's blood, and by Voldemort's own miscalculations. Then, Dumbledore revealed everything. He admitted that he had manipulated Harry from the very beginning, not with malice, but with purpose. He had known that Harry would one day have to die, and he had spent years preparing him for it. Not through deception, but through love. Through pain. Through trust earned and tested. He spoke of the Deathly Hallows, confessing his own obsession with them as a young man. He had once believed they could restore his family, redeem his past, or even bring back Ariana. But he had come to understand that power was not peace, and that death was not a curse, but a natural part of the human story. Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living, and above all, those who live without love. He also revealed the truth about the Elder Wand. Dumbledore had not wanted it. He had taken it only to contain its power, to remove it from the world's reach. But even in that, he had made a final gamble. He arranged to die undefeated, disarmed by Draco Malfoy rather than killed by force. In doing so, he severed the wand's loyalty, not to Snape, as Voldemort believed, but to Draco, and then ultimately to Harry. Thus, when Voldemort wielded the Elder Wand against Harry in the final battle, it refused to kill its true master. And that was Dumbledore's final gift. At King's Cross, he offered Harry the choice, to go on, or to return. Harry, ever brave, chose life. And in doing so, he fulfilled Dumbledore's last and greatest hope, not as a weapon, not as a sacrifice, but as a boy who had learned to walk toward death and then beyond it. Their farewell was quiet, no dramatic declarations. Just a look, full of pride, sorrow, and something like peace. Harry returned to the world of the living. Dumbledore did not. But he had, in those final moments, found something he had long thought lost: absolution. For Ariana. For Grindelwald. For Harry. He had lived a life of burden and brilliance, manipulation and love. And at the end, he had trusted not in power, but in the goodness of a child. It was the only thing he had ever truly believed in. The story of Tom Marvolo Riddle did not begin with Lord Voldemort, but it would end with him. And Albus Dumbledore, ever the watcher on the wall, was the first to see the boy for what he truly was. It was 1938 when Dumbledore visited the Wolves orphanage in London. At the time, he was not yet headmaster, but already a figure of influence at Hogwarts. A new Muggle-born student had come to the school's attention, and the task of interviewing him fell to Dumbledore. The boy he met was 11. Polite, distant, unsettling. Tom Riddle did not smile, nor did he ask childish questions. He asked if Dumbledore was a doctor. He said he was special. He could talk to snakes. He could make things happen when people hurt him. Dumbledore noticed how he kept his belongings separate from the other orphans. He never shared. He feared death. He craved control. But what disturbed Dumbledore most was Tom's delight in cruelty, not overt, but buried deep beneath a thin layer of civility. He had learned to use his power to isolate, to punish, and to dominate. Dumbledore left that orphanage with a quiet certainty: this child could become something dark. And so he watched. Tom Riddle arrived at Hogwarts and was sorted into Slytherin. He was brilliant, charming, and admired. He collected loyal followers, boys and girls who would later become Death Eaters. He gained the trust of his professors. He asked questions about Horcruxes. And he developed an obsession with his heritage, determined to trace his bloodline to Salazar Slytherin himself. When Dumbledore became headmaster after the war with Grindelwald, Tom had already left school. But within a decade, rumors began to spread about a dark wizard rising in the shadows. About disappearances. About secrets. And eventually, the rumors had a name: Voldemort. Dumbledore suspected the truth immediately. He began collecting information, visiting Tom's old haunts, speaking with his former professors, digging into the ancestry of the Gaunts, a decayed pureblood family with a history of madness and cruelty. What he uncovered was chilling. Tom Riddle had indeed descended from Salazar Slytherin, through Merope Gaunt, a witch who had bewitched a Muggle man named Tom Riddle Sr. Their child, abandoned and unloved, had become a wizard with no capacity for remorse. Voldemort rose slowly but methodically. He returned to Hogwarts once, under the guise of requesting a position as defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore turned him down. From that moment on, no instructor held the post for more than a year. And with that rejection, Voldemort vanished into the world of shadows, building a private army, creating his Horcruxes. Order of the Phoenix. Composed of witches and wizards who understood what was coming, the Order operated independently of the Ministry, which was still blind to the threat. Members included James and Lily Potter, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, Frank and Alice Longbottom, and many others. They fought in secret, tracked Death Eaters, protected vulnerable Muggleborns, and disrupted Voldemort's growing influence. But Dumbledore knew that this war would not be won through brute force. He studied Voldemort's movements like a scholar studying a plague. He identified patterns. He predicted attacks. And he began to search, quietly, methodically, for the Horcruxes he now believed were real. At the same time, he faced a growing tension with the Ministry of Magic. Many officials believed Dumbledore was too powerful, too independent. Cornelius Fudge, the sitting minister, admired him but feared him. He refused to act on Dumbledore's warnings and labeled Voldemort's return as unconfirmed. This political tension would become fatal. Because Dumbledore knew something else, something darker than war. He had heard a prophecy, spoken in a fragile voice in the upstairs room of the Hog's Head. And Voldemort had heard only part of it. The child who would be marked as the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord was already growing in a mother's womb. And Dumbledore, alone, understood what that meant for the war, for the child, and for himself. The first war with Voldemort was nearing its crescendo. But the final war was just beginning. The final war between light and dark did not begin on a battlefield, but in a smoke-filled room above the Hog's Head Inn, a room Dumbledore chose specifically for its obscurity. He had agreed to interview a young candidate for the divination position at Hogwarts, one Sybil Patricia Trelawney, descendant of the famed seer Cassandra Trelawney. The meeting was, at first, unimpressive. Sybil appeared nervous, vague, and prone to dramatic flair. Dumbledore was ready to thank her for her time when her voice suddenly changed, harsh and hollow, speaking words not her own. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. It was a true prophecy, though Sybil would never remember giving it. Dumbledore instantly understood its weight. But he was not alone in hearing it. Severus Snape, then a Death Eater and follower of Voldemort, had overheard part of the prophecy before being thrown out of the inn. That fragment reached Voldemort, and it would shape the fate of the wizarding world. Two children fit the prophecy's criteria, Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter. Both born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. But Voldemort chose Harry, the half-blood like himself, and in doing so, he marked the boy as his equal. It was a fatal mistake. Dumbledore was horrified when he learned that Snape had passed the prophecy on to Voldemort. In a moment of unexpected anguish, Snape came to him, not to confess, but to beg for the life of Lily Potter, Harry's mother. His love for her had not diminished, and his guilt overwhelmed him. Dumbledore agreed to protect the Potters, but demanded in return Snape's complete loyalty, regardless of the consequences. Dumbledore did everything in his power to shield the family. He suggested they go into hiding using the Fidelius charm. They agreed, choosing Peter Pettigrew as their secret keeper, a choice Dumbledore strongly advised against. On October 31st, 1981, the protection failed. Voldemort entered Godric's Hollow, murdered James and Lily, and attempted to kill their son. But the killing curse rebounded, destroying Voldemort's body and leaving only a lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. The war ended in a single night. Or so it seemed. Dumbledore arrived swiftly, having known something terrible had occurred. Hagrid delivered the child into his arms. James and Lily were dead. The Dark Lord had vanished. But Dumbledore's face, in that moment, held no triumph. He knew Voldemort was not truly gone. The curse had backfired, but death had not claimed him. Dumbledore could feel it. The prophecy had not been fulfilled, only set in motion. And so he made one of the most controversial decisions of his life. He brought Harry to number 4, Privet Drive, to live with Petunia Dursley, Lily's sister. Though Petunia was resentful and cold, she shed blood with Harry. That bond allowed Dumbledore to invoke an ancient protective enchantment. As long as Harry lived under her roof, he would be safe from Voldemort. He left a letter, explaining what little he could, and walked away. The Wizarding World celebrated. They called Harry the boy who lived. Statues were raised. Toasts were made. But Dumbledore, in his tower at Hogwarts, remained solemn. He knew the prophecy had not yet run its course. He had not saved the world. He had only bought it time. Over the next decade, Dumbledore watched from afar. He monitored Harry's well-being through trusted agents. He ensured the boy received his Hogwarts letter on time. He occasionally intervened invisibly, small magics to protect the child from the Dursleys' worst abuses. But for all his vigilance, he kept his distance. He wanted Harry to grow without the influence of fame or power. He believed that a child raised humbly would become strong in character, not just in magic. That when the time came, Harry would choose to fight, not because of a prophecy, but because it was right. Still, Dumbledore lived in fear. He feared Voldemort's return. He feared the prophecy's final line. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Two lives bound by fate. A war yet to come. Dumbledore had protected the boy. Now he had to prepare him. In the summer of 1991, Harry Potter re-entered the world of magic, and Albus Dumbledore's long gamble entered its next phase. When the Hogwarts letter arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, it was met with fear and fury. Vernon and Petunia Dursley had spent a decade trying to suppress Harry's magic. But the letter was relentless. And so was the man behind it. Dumbledore had made sure Rubeus Hagrid, loyal and unshakable, would be the one to retrieve Harry. He wanted the boy's first contact with the magical world to come through kindness, not cold bureaucracy. That choice was no accident. Nor was the date of his entrance into Diagon Alley, or the wand he would choose. Ollivander had kept records. The wand Harry chose, Holly and Phoenix Feather, was twin to Voldemort's. The same Phoenix, Fawkes, Dumbledore's own familiar, had given both feathers. Dumbledore understood the significance immediately. The prophecy was still alive, and Harry's connection to Voldemort would not be symbolic. It would be tangible, intimate, and dangerous. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore kept his distance, but his influence was everywhere. He allowed the Sorting Hat to listen to Harry's wishes, placing him in Gryffindor despite his potential for Slytherin. He oversaw the hiring of Quirinus Quirrell, aware that the defense against the dark arts position was cursed, another lingering legacy of Voldemort's brief return to the castle. And, more significantly, he had taken precautions to protect the Philosopher's Stone, stored in the underground chambers of the school. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione uncovered the mystery of the three-headed dog, the Devil's Snare, the enchanted chessboard, and the Mirror of Erised, Dumbledore let them go farther than any headmaster reasonably should have. Some called it negligence. But Dumbledore had a different belief. Children who are told nothing become pawns. Children who are allowed to face danger, with guidance, become heroes. He arrived just in time to prevent Voldemort, still clinging to life through Quirrell's body, from taking the stone. But it was Harry's mother's protection, embedded in his blood, that stopped the Dark Lord from possessing him. Dumbledore had only placed the pieces. It was Harry's courage that won the day. As the years passed, Dumbledore began to reveal more, in pieces and puzzles. In Harry's second year, when the Chamber of Secrets was reopened and students were petrified by the basilisk, Dumbledore was temporarily removed from his post. But he trusted the students to uncover the truth, and trusted Harry to survive. It was again Harry's innate nobility, and the intervention of Fawkes, that saved him. In the third year, when Sirius Black escaped Azkaban, the Ministry assumed he was hunting Harry. Dumbledore knew better. He protected Buckbeak, gave Harry and Hermione the means to go back in time, and allowed Sirius to escape, choosing justice over law. It was a quiet rebellion against the institution he had served for decades. But it was in Harry's fourth year that Dumbledore's worst fears came true. Voldemort returned. The Triwizard Tournament, resurrected after a century, had been infiltrated by Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Mad-Eye Moody. Dumbledore was furious, at himself, at the Ministry, at the complacency of the magical world. But his grief turned to urgency. He reformed the Order of the Phoenix, re-established alliances, and prepared for war. The Ministry, however, was not ready to face the truth. Cornelius Fudge refused to accept Voldemort's return, fearing panic and the threat of Dumbledore's influence. So began the smear campaign. The Daily Prophet labeled Harry delusional, and Dumbledore was painted as a senile, power-hungry radical. Dumbledore never retaliated. He withdrew from public life, remaining silent to protect Harry from further attacks. But the silence had a price. In Harry's fifth year, the Ministry installed Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. She dismantled the curriculum, punished dissenters, and forbade the teaching of real defense. Dumbledore could have stopped her. Instead, he let the students resist in their own way. Dumbledore's army, formed in the shadows, led by Harry, was not his creation, but it was his legacy. He believed that true leadership came from within. The year ended in chaos. Harry, lured to the Department of Mysteries, fought Death Eaters alongside his friends. The prophecy, stored there in a fragile glass orb, was destroyed. But the real loss was personal. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, was killed in the battle. And Dumbledore, finally, told Harry the truth. He explained the prophecy. Explained that neither Harry nor Voldemort could survive while the other lived. Explained that he had withheld the truth out of love, and that his silence had been a mistake. It was the first time Harry saw Dumbledore not as a mentor, but as a man, fallible, burdened, and deeply sad. And yet, despite it all, Harry still trusted him. Because Dumbledore, for all his manipulation, had always believed in Harry's heart more than his power. After the battle at the Department of Mysteries, the wizarding world could no longer deny the truth. Lord Voldemort had returned, and the war had begun anew. But for Albus Dumbledore, it was not a time for victory or vindication. It was a time to act. Dumbledore's public reputation, once tarnished by Ministry denial, was restored almost overnight. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was forced to resign in disgrace, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, a seasoned Auror. But while the Ministry scrambled to regain credibility, Dumbledore resumed the quiet, crucial work he had begun years earlier. Hunting Horcruxes. He had long suspected that Voldemort had achieved a terrible form of immortality. But the full truth had only recently emerged. Voldemort had not made one Horcrux, or even two, but 6, intending to split his soul into 7 parts, the most magically powerful number. Each Horcrux was hidden in a place or object of deep significance to the Dark Lord's identity. To understand these objects, Dumbledore needed to understand Voldemort himself. He began to share memories with Harry, in private lessons held in his office, using the pensieve as both classroom and confessional. Each memory was a puzzle piece: the Gaunt family's madness, young Tom Riddle's manipulation at Hogwarts, his obsession with relics of the Founders, and his meeting with 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, who unknowingly showed him Helga Hufflepuff's cup and Salazar Slytherin's locket. One of the most vital memories, however, was corrupted. A falsified recollection given by Horace Slughorn, who had once taught Riddle and later attempted to cover his shame. Dumbledore tasked Harry with retrieving the truth, not through force, but through trust and persuasion. And Harry succeeded. The complete memory revealed what Dumbledore feared most: Voldemort had asked Slughorn about the creation of multiple Horcruxes, a perversion so vile that even Slughorn, who often overlooked moral flaws in talented students, had recoiled. This was the final confirmation Dumbledore needed. The Horcruxes existed, and they had to be destroyed. Dumbledore also began looking deeper into a mysterious object he had retrieved, a ring once belonging to Marvolo Gaunt. Hidden within it was the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Driven by emotion and temptation, Dumbledore had slipped the ring onto his finger, and immediately activated a lethal curse. Only Severus Snape had the knowledge to slow its progress. The curse could not be removed, but it could be contained, for a time. Dumbledore's time was now measured in months. Knowing this, he began to orchestrate his own death. He made a private request of Snape: when the time came, when the curse began to overtake him, when death was near and dignity was slipping, Snape must kill him. Not out of malice, but out of necessity. "You must be the one to kill me, Severus. It is the only way." This plan had 2 purposes. It would preserve Draco Malfoy's soul, the boy who had been ordered by Voldemort to kill Dumbledore. And it would cement Snape's position in Voldemort's ranks, allowing him to remain a trusted double agent. But first, Dumbledore had one final task: to retrieve and destroy a Horcrux. He brought Harry with him, not as a bodyguard, but as a student. Their destination was a cave on a remote, storm-battered cliffside. It had once been the site of a childhood trauma for Voldemort, and it now housed a Horcrux. To retrieve the locket, Dumbledore was forced to drink a basin full of enchanted potion. Each mouthful caused searing pain, hallucinations, and madness. Harry tried to stop him, to spare him, but Dumbledore persisted. He drank to the end. "Don't make me. I don't want, not them, please." The potion forced him to relive the deepest torment of his soul, likely Ariana's death, the moment he had spent a lifetime trying to forget. They returned to Hogsmeade barely alive, only to see the dark mark hanging above the Astronomy Tower. The trap had been sprung. Malfoy had made his move. Dumbledore gave Harry one final command: freeze. Do not interfere. Even in his final hour, he protected Harry above himself. As Draco confronted him, wand trembling, Dumbledore never raised his own. He offered the boy mercy, escape, protection for his family. He tried to save him, not punish him. Then, Severus Snape arrived. "Severus, please?" With those words. Not a plea for life, but a reminder of their agreement, Dumbledore accepted his end. The killing curse struck. Dumbledore fell from the tower into the darkness below. But with him fell no regret. For in that moment, he had achieved what no magic could guarantee: a death with purpose, and a future set in motion. The death of Albus Dumbledore sent a tremor through the wizarding world. Within hours, the news spread: the headmaster of Hogwarts had been murdered. By a student. On school grounds. And not just any student, Draco Malfoy, though unarmed, had set the plan in motion. The fatal blow, however, came from Severus Snape, who vanished with the Death Eaters into the night sky, leaving behind a castle in chaos and a world reeling. In the immediate aftermath, the Order of the Phoenix regrouped, but its heart was gone. Minerva McGonagall took over as headmistress, holding the school together by sheer force of will. The Ministry, now compromised by Death Eater infiltration, did little to aid the grieving staff or protect the students. Dumbledore's body was laid to rest in a white marble tomb near the lake, a rare honor for a wizard to be buried on Hogwarts grounds. Even centaurs from the Forbidden Forest emerged to pay tribute, mourning with silence. But Dumbledore had not left the world unprepared. His death, far from signaling defeat, was the spark that reactivated the Order, shifting it into its final and most dangerous phase. He had laid a path, drawn maps in memory, and armed Harry Potter with truth. And yet, he had also left behind something far more enigmatic: secrets. As Harry grieved, he discovered that Dumbledore had left him 3 objects in his will. To Ron Weasley, a deluminator, a device that collected and returned light, but whose true purpose would only be revealed in Ron's darkest hour. To Hermione Granger, a copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard, a children's book which would unlock the legend of the Deathly Hallows. And to Harry, the snitch he had first caught in his very first Quidditch match, within which was hidden the Resurrection Stone. But perhaps most significant was what Dumbledore didn't leave Harry directly: instructions. There was no clear map, no detailed explanation of where to go or what to do next. Instead, there was a final clue, a cryptic conversation about Horcruxes, a collection of memories, and a powerful gift: faith. Dumbledore had trusted that Harry would finish what he started. Not because he was the chosen one, but because he had the will to choose what was right. Harry chose not to return to Hogwarts for his final year. Instead, with Ron and Hermione, he set off to destroy the remaining Horcruxes. The Order supported him from the shadows. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, Molly and Arthur Weasley, and others worked to protect Muggle-borns, sabotage Death Eater movements, and keep hope alive in the growing darkness. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's legacy was under attack. Rita Skeeter, the tabloid journalist, published The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, a scandalous and partially accurate exposé filled with innuendo, twisted truths, and revelations. It revealed that Dumbledore had once dreamed of wizard dominance, that he had been close to Gellert Grindelwald, that his sister Ariana had died under mysterious circumstances, that he had left Harry with no guidance but riddles. Harry, now without his mentor, began to question everything. Had he been manipulated? Had Dumbledore loved him or used him? Was this quest a test, or simply a burden? And yet, in each moment of doubt, Dumbledore's true gift revealed itself: Harry's independence. He was no longer a boy following orders. He was a young man forging a path Dumbledore had only outlined in shadow. Every enchanted object, every memory, every lesson Dumbledore had given him was designed not to control, but to empower. And so the Order, now scattered, operated in the spirit of its founder. Not as soldiers, but as protectors. Guardians of truth in a time of lies. Torchbearers in a night without stars. Dumbledore was gone. But his plan was unfolding. The final act had begun. Long before Harry Potter held the Elder Wand in his hand, or even heard the phrase Deathly Hallows, Albus Dumbledore had chased their legend, and nearly lost himself in the pursuit. The 3. Folklore believed it to be truth veiled in myth. And he had wanted them all. When Dumbledore was still young, grieving the loss of his parents, suffocated by the responsibility of caring for Ariana, and enthralled by the visionary mind of Gellert Grindelwald, he and his friend had dreamed of reshaping the world, not just with strength or ideals, but with the Hallows as tools of transformation. Together, they imagined what it would mean to possess all 3, the Elder Wand for unchallenged power, the Stone to undo grief, and the Cloak to walk unseen. They would make a better world. They would rule, for the greater good. But that ambition came at a cost. After Ariana's death, Dumbledore turned his back on power, and with it, on the Hallows. For decades, he told no one of their pursuit. Not even Elphia's Doge, his lifelong friend. Not even Aberforth, who blamed him for their sister's death. And yet, the Hallows never left him. In 1945, when he defeated Grindelwald in their legendary duel, Dumbledore became master of the Elder Wand, the wand Grindelwald had stolen, believing it to be the key to their shared dream. But Dumbledore did not flaunt it. He took it, not as a trophy, but as a burden. "I was fit to own the Elder Wand, not because I sought it, but because I did not." Decades later, he would encounter the second Hallow, the Resurrection Stone, hidden inside Marvolo Gaunt's ring, transformed into a Horcrux. Overwhelmed by the temptation to see Ariana, to make peace with his past, he slipped the ring on, and paid the price. The curse nearly killed him. Dumbledore understood, at last, the truth behind the Hallows. The tale was not about defeating death. It was about learning to meet it with wisdom. The eldest brother sought power and died for it. The second sought love, returned and died in despair. Only the third, who greeted death as an equal, passed on in peace. Dumbledore had lived, once, as all three brothers. And now, it was Harry's turn. When Dumbledore left Harry the first snitch he had ever caught, he knew it contained the Resurrection Stone. But it could only be opened by someone ready to die, someone who would greet death without fear. Dumbledore never told Harry what the Hallows were, not directly. He left breadcrumbs, the tales of Beedle the Bard, the Deluminator, the Stone, all waiting for Harry to choose a path. Because that was the test. Would Harry pursue the Hallows as a conqueror? Or as a servant of life? When Harry learned of the Hallows in full, from Xenophilius Lovegood, from the grave of Ignatus Peverell, and from the symbols that had once bound Dumbledore to Grindelwald, he did not seek to claim them. He sought to understand them. He came to see that the power Dumbledore had once longed for was a reflection of his pain, not his strength. And in walking away from that power, Dumbledore had grown into the man who could teach Harry the lesson that truly mattered. It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak, all came to Harry in time. But he did not keep them. He used them to protect, not to rule. And in doing so, he succeeded where even Dumbledore had failed. Albus had spent his life haunted by ambition, driven by regret, and searching for redemption. And through Harry, he found it. The Battle of Hogwarts began with a bang, not a declaration of war, but a search for a Horcrux. Harry Potter, guided by Dumbledore's memories and clues, returned to the castle not as a student, but as a commander. Alongside Ron and Hermione, he sought the final piece of Voldemort's fractured soul hidden within the school, Ravenclaw's lost diadem. And all the while, the Death Eaters gathered at the gates. Hogwarts became a fortress. Professors and students, the Order of the Phoenix, the Centaurs, House Elves, even the Ghosts, stood to defend the castle Dumbledore had once sworn to protect. His absence was a presence. His legacy, a weapon. They fought for him as much as for themselves. And at the heart of the conflict stood the Elder Wand. Lord Voldemort believed that the wand was his by conquest. He had stolen it from Dumbledore's tomb, splitting the white marble and taking the legendary wand from the hand of a dead man. But magic does not follow force, it follows loyalty. And Dumbledore had planned even this. Voldemort never realized that he was not the wand's true master. Before Dumbledore died, he had been disarmed by Draco Malfoy, not killed by him. That subtle shift of ownership meant that Harry, who later overpowered Draco, had unknowingly become the wand's rightful master. The Elder Wand belonged to him, not by murder, but by the magic of disarmament and intent. Dumbledore had understood this. He had hoped that the cycle of conquest could be broken if the wand passed without blood. That if someone pure of heart, someone like Harry, held the wand and chose not to use it, then its dark history might finally end. But before that choice could be made, Harry had to face death. In the Forbidden Forest, Harry gave himself up. He walked alone into the shadows, the Resurrection Stone hidden inside the snitch in his hand. There, as he waited to die, he used the stone, and summoned the shades of James and Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Albus Dumbledore. Or perhaps not Dumbledore himself, but his spirit lingered in the memory of what he had taught. In King's Cross, after Voldemort's killing curse struck, Harry awoke in a dreamlike station. And there stood Dumbledore, whole, calm, radiant. In this final meeting, Dumbledore told Harry the truth of everything: the Hallows, the Horcruxes, the wand. He confessed his past sins. He offered no excuse for the manipulation, only sorrow. He praised Harry, not for his power, but for his mercy. You are the true master of death, because the true master does not seek to run away from death. He accepts that he must die. Dumbledore offered Harry a choice: go on, or return. Harry chose life. And in doing so, he fulfilled everything Dumbledore had hoped for. Back in the Great Hall, as battle raged, Voldemort faced Harry one final time. The Elder Wand in his hand refused to strike its true master. Voldemort cast the killing curse. It rebounded. The Dark Lord fell. Dumbledore's plan, however convoluted, had succeeded. Not because it had controlled events, but because it had shaped character. He had not defeated Voldemort. Harry had. With love. With sacrifice. With the strength to walk into death and come back again. And with the Elder Wand now in his possession, Harry made the choice Dumbledore once could not. He returned the wand to Dumbledore's tomb, breaking the cycle, refusing its power. I'm putting it back where it came from. If I die a natural death, its power will be broken, won't it? It would. And so the wand, like its former master, would rest not as a weapon, but as a memory. The Battle of Hogwarts was over. The war was won. And Albus Dumbledore, though long dead, had walked every step of that final night. In the quiet stillness after death, Harry Potter found himself not in darkness, but in a place of light. It was not heaven, nor limbo, nor any realm that could be charted on a marauder's map. It resembled King's Cross Station, a clean, silent, radiant version of it. And there, on a bench beside a white misted platform, sat the man who had haunted and guided Harry's life in equal measure. Albus Dumbledore. He looked younger, lighter, not so much alive as cleansed. The blackened hand, the burdened shoulders, the old sadness in his eyes, gone. What remained was the Dumbledore Harry had always sensed was hidden beneath the robes, the riddles, and the responsibility, a man at peace, if only briefly. You wonderful boy. You brave, brave man. What followed was not a lecture, nor a mission. It was something rarer, an honest conversation. At last, the masks were gone. Dumbledore, freed from time and body, spoke to Harry without his usual calculated distance. He offered no more riddles, no half-truths. Only answers. And remorse. He admitted his sins. That he had raised Harry like a pig for slaughter, knowing he would one day have to die. That he had once sought the deathly hallows, hoping to conquer death. That he had let power tempt him, and guilt consume him. That he had once loved Gellert Grindelwald, and lost himself in that love. That he had failed to protect Ariana, and never truly made peace with Aberforth. And yet, Harry did not respond with anger. Because for all Dumbledore's flaws, all his manipulations, he had always been trying to spare the world from his own worst instincts. He had tried to shape a better future through people stronger than himself. What he could not do alone, he trained others to do freely. Dumbledore explained how Voldemort had failed, not by underestimating power, but by never understanding sacrifice. By making Harry a Horcrux, Voldemort had unwittingly tethered himself to someone whose defining strength was love. The very thing Voldemort feared most. And when Harry had walked into the forest, ready to die, he had severed that bond, destroying the soul fragment inside him. He had given himself freely. And so, he was given back. But Dumbledore did not demand Harry return. He offered a choice. Stay here, in this quiet place beyond pain. Or return to the living world, with all its burdens and risks. And still, Harry hesitated, not from fear, but from understanding. He knew now what awaited him: more battle, more loss, more responsibility. And still, he chose to go back. Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living. And above all, those who live without love. In those last words, Dumbledore spoke not only of Voldemort, but of himself. A man who had lived much of his life without the love he needed, or withholding the love he felt, always choosing duty over connection. But in this final meeting, he gave Harry what he had withheld for so long, unconditional love and trust. Harry walked away not as a soldier or a weapon, but as a man fully formed. Dumbledore watched him go, not as a puppet master, but as a proud mentor, finally letting go. As Harry's soul returned to his body in the Forbidden Forest, the light of King's Cross began to fade. And so did Dumbledore, no longer needed, no longer bound to life. He had offered Harry the map, the tools, the questions. And now, he offered him freedom. The war was over, but Albus Dumbledore's legacy was only beginning to be reckoned with. As the dust settled over the ruins of Hogwarts, survivors gathered beneath the dawn to count the fallen, mourn the lost, and begin the fragile work of rebuilding. The castle, scarred and fractured, stood not as a ruin, but as a testament to magic, to endurance, and to the man who had once protected it with every beat of his brilliant, burdened heart. Though Dumbledore had been gone for nearly a year, his fingerprints were everywhere in the victory. It was his network, the Order of the Phoenix, that had resisted Voldemort's rise. It was his instruction, his puzzles, his courage, that had trained Harry to destroy the Horcruxes. It was his planning, and his faith, that had made it possible to defeat the Dark Lord without seizing power in return. And yet, not all who survived the war saw Dumbledore as a saint. In the months following Voldemort's defeat, a more complicated portrait of him began to emerge. Public debates echoed the very questions Harry himself had wrestled with. Had Dumbledore manipulated a child for the sake of war? Why had he withheld the truth of the prophecy for so long? Had he truly changed after Grindelwald? Or only learned to hide it better? Rita Skeeter's unauthorized biography, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, was republished with renewed attention. In it, readers discovered or re-examined Dumbledore's youthful flirtation with wizarding supremacy, his friendship with Grindelwald, and the shrouded circumstances of Ariana's death. Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus's estranged brother, offered no public defense, but those who spoke to him privately said he remained both bitter and quietly loyal, shaped forever by a complicated love. For many, Dumbledore remained a hero. For others, he became a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the greatest wizards are still only men. But Harry Potter never wavered. He defended Dumbledore publicly and privately. Not by denying his flaws, but by honoring the truth that Dumbledore had failed, had repented, and had ultimately chosen to love. That he had believed in Harry not as a weapon, but as a person. That, when given the chance to dominate, Dumbledore had instead chosen to die on his own terms, to spare others from the burdens he had carried all his life. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore's legacy was restored with reverence. His portrait, enchanted with memories and presence, was returned to the headmaster's office. It offered guidance, but only when asked. His books, notes, and private writings were carefully catalogued, many of them revealing previously unknown magical innovations, particularly in the field of nonverbal spell casting, alchemical transmutation, and magical ethics. For the next generation of witches and wizards, Dumbledore became both myth and mirror, a figure to be studied, admired, questioned, and understood. He was no longer simply the wise old headmaster. He was a man who had dreamed of power and chosen humility, who had made terrible mistakes and spent the rest of his life trying to atone. Years later, when Harry named his second son Albus Severus Potter, the world took notice. When the boy asked why he had been given such a name, Harry told him the truth. "You were named for 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin, and he was the bravest man I ever knew. And the other, he might have added, was the most brilliant, the most burdened, and the most human. Albus Dumbledore's grave remained by the lake at Hogwarts, white marble gleaming beneath the stars. No inscription was needed. Every student who passed it knew his story. Every spell cast in those ancient halls bore the echo of his voice. He was not perfect, but he had spent a lifetime trying to protect those he loved from the consequences of his own brilliance. And in the end, that was enough. The arc of Albus Dumbledore's life, brilliant, tragic, and redemptive, was not drawn by battles or accolades, but by the people who shaped his heart. His triumphs and failures were not merely the results of magical prowess, but of deeply human relationships that defined and scarred him in equal measure. Ariana Dumbledore, the sister he could not save. Long before he was headmaster, Albus was a brother, a role he would forever carry with guilt. His sister Ariana had been attacked as a child for showing magic, her trauma locking her powers inward. Their father Percival was sent to Azkaban for retaliating, their mother Kendra killed years later by Ariana's uncontrolled magic. Albus, just out of school, returned to Godric's Hollow to care for his siblings. But resentment festered. His plans for magical scholarship and global recognition were stalled by domestic duty. In that crucible of frustration, he met Gellert Grindelwald, and their shared dream of magical revolution was born. Ariana, tragically, became the price of that dream. Grindelwald. And I. And Aberforth. We all three had our wands out. I don't know which of us cast the curse that killed her. Ariana's death would become the turning point in Dumbledore's life, not merely as a source of guilt, but as a silent vow that shaped every choice afterward. He had wanted to remake the world, but Ariana reminded him how easily good intentions paved the path to ruin. Aberforth Dumbledore, the brother who remembered. Where Albus was brilliant and reserved, Aberforth was blunt and grounded. He never forgave Albus for chasing power while Ariana suffered, and even after the war, their relationship remained strained. Yet it was Aberforth who, during the Second Wizarding War, provided Harry, Ron, and Hermione sanctuary in Hogsmeade. And when Harry returned to face Voldemort, Aberforth joined the Battle of Hogwarts. My brother has a lot to answer for, but he never stopped caring. Aberforth understood Albus more than most, even if he never claimed to forgive him. Their bond was made of bitterness, but it never lacked love. Gellert Grindelwald, the mirror of his ambition. No relationship in Dumbledore's life was more dangerous, or more formative, than his early love for Gellert Grindelwald. They were both young, visionary, and overflowing with magical potential. Together, they crafted a vision of a new world, one ruled by magical elites who would control Muggles for the greater good. It was intoxicating, both ideologically and emotionally. For Dumbledore, it was more than a friendship. Though the full nature of their relationship was never publicly defined, it was clear he loved Grindelwald. I was in love with him. But Grindelwald's version of the future demanded conquest. Their partnership ended in tragedy with Ariana's death, and their ideologies split violently. Still, decades later, when Voldemort sought the Elder Wand and confronted Grindelwald in Nurmengard, Grindelwald refused to betray Albus's grave. Kill me then, Voldemort, you will not win, you cannot win. That wand will never, ever be yours. In the end, Grindelwald, perhaps the only person who ever matched Dumbledore, defended his old friend with his last breath. What remained between them at the end was not bitterness, but the remnants of something deeper, something that once sought greatness and found only sorrow. Harry Potter, the chosen and the loved. Dumbledore's relationship with Harry was the culmination of all his failures and all his hopes. He raised Harry to be a weapon against Voldemort, but also as a son, if not by name. He guided him, tested him, withheld truths from him. He saw in Harry not just a child, but a mirror of his own younger self, brave, fiercely loyal, full of potential, and tempted by power. And yet, Harry did what Dumbledore never could, he greeted death without seeking to master it. Harry, you wonderful boy, you brave, brave man. In Harry, Dumbledore saw redemption. He confessed everything to him at King's Cross, not to be forgiven, but to be known. And Harry, understanding the burden Dumbledore had carried, chose to honor him, not blindly, but with open eyes. Albus Dumbledore's life was not defined by battles or spells, but by bonds, some broken, some mended, all unforgettable. He was shaped by the sister he lost, the brother he disappointed, the friend he loved and defeated, and the student who became his legacy. These were the people who made him human. These were the names that lived in his heart, long after the war ended. When the names of great wizards are spoken, Albus Dumbledore's comes first, and always with complexity. He is revered and reviled, celebrated and questioned, remembered not as a saint, but as something rarer. A wise man who knew he was not always right. His life was a tapestry woven from brilliance and burden. A child prodigy from Mould-on-the-Wold. A grieving brother in Godric's Hollow. A war hero who defeated Grindelwald, a scholar who deciphered the Horcrux mystery, a mentor who trained the boy who would defeat Voldemort. And yet, beneath each title was a man who had failed deeply, and learned. More than any wand he wielded, it was his choices that defined him. He chose not to seek political power, though it was offered many times. He chose not to kill Grindelwald of the Elder Wand, yet never used it for conquest. He once pursued the Deathly Hallows, but came to reject them. He wielded more magical knowledge than any wizard in modern history, but his most enduring act was letting go. His memory lives on not because of the power he held, but because of the power he relinquished. His grave by the lake at Hogwarts bears no inscription, because it doesn't need one. Every corridor in the castle echoes with his presence. Every time a student stands against injustice, questions authority, or chooses kindness over cruelty, Dumbledore's legacy speaks again. He taught the magical world that morality is not inherited, but forged through action. That leadership does not demand perfection, but reflection. That the measure of a wizard is not in the spells they cast, but the lives they touch. And perhaps most importantly, he taught that love is the most powerful form of magic. Not through words alone, but through sacrifice, sorrow, and the courage to admit mistakes. As time passed, the legend grew quieter and more honest. To some, he was the headmaster who offered a sherbet lemon and saw your potential before you did. To others, he was the man who dared to duel Grindelwald and lived to regret it. To Harry Potter, he was a father figure who failed him, saved him, and ultimately believed in him more than anyone else ever had. To the world, he remains a reminder that even the greatest among us are human, and that redemption is never out of reach, no matter how far we fall. He lived not for glory, but for grace. And in doing so, he left behind not just a legacy. He left behind a better world. And so, the life of Albus Dumbledore comes to a close. Not with fanfare, not with fireworks or applause, but with silence. With peace. Just as he would have wanted. He was many things, brilliant, burdened, broken, but always trying. Trying to protect. Trying to atone. Trying to believe that love, quiet, patient love, was stronger than fear or power or even death. And in the end, it was. If you've made it this far in the story, thank you for listening. Go ahead and leave a like if this story kept you company tonight. It helps others find their way here too. And if you'd like more magical sleep stories like this, subscribe so I can keep making them just for you. Now, if you're still awake, don't worry. You don't have to move. Because your night of storytelling isn't quite over yet. If you're still here, still resting, maybe not quite asleep yet, that's okay. Coming up next is one of my older stories, something soft and magical from the archive. You don't need to press anything. Just keep drifting and let your mind wander. It's all taken care of. Whether you're dreaming of Hogwarts, or forests, or stars, I'll be here with more stories soon. But for now, just listen and sleep. Tonight, you're going to hear the quiet story behind every letter that ever fluttered through a castle window. The mystery of the wings above Hogwarts. The reason an owl always knows your name, even if you've never met before. You're about to enter a forgotten part of the wizarding world, one most witches and wizards have never seen. A hidden history. A living memory. The story of the owls. You'll meet the first owl that ever took flight for Hogwarts. You'll learn how they choose their messages, and the secrets they've been trusted to keep. You'll fly beside Hedwig one last time. And you'll discover that even after the wars were over, the owls never stopped delivering. But before we begin, take a deep breath. Let your shoulders relax. Let the magic begin to settle around you. If your eyes grow heavy while we tell this tale, don't worry. The owls will carry it for you. But if you're still awake, and you enjoy drifting off to these kinds of quiet stories, now might be the perfect moment to gently tap the like button. It helps more dreamers like you find this place. And if you've flown with us before, a thank you. We're glad to have you back in the owlery. You know the way. So now, with stars above and feathers below, let's begin the untold story of the owls of Hogwarts. Long before parchment met quill, long before wands were crafted or castles raised, there were witches in forests and warlocks in caves who needed to send a message through the wild. In those earliest days of enchantment, before the founding of Hogwarts or the rise of organized magical society, communication was as much a challenge to witches and wizards as the spells they studied. Some used enchanted smoke signals that only magical eyes could interpret. Others whispered into pools of water charmed to ripple with sound across leagues. But it was the sky and the silent shadows that soared through it that would ultimately transform how magical folk remained connected across distance and time. The story of owls in the magical world begins not in Britain, but in the vast wooded highlands of what is now northern Gaul. There, in a druidic order known as the Corvidae Circle, lived an eccentric cirrus named Merwin of the Hollow Tree. Legends record that Merwin was the first to bond with a creature not for companionship or protection, but for communication. She trained a great grey owl, whom she called 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, for the singular purpose of carrying runes wrapped in birch bark to her fellow druids. It was an innovation born of desperation. Merwin had foreseen war among the northern tribes and needed to warn her circle before the blood moon fell. With neither time nor the strength to apparate, she whispered to 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 in the druidic tongue and bound her message with a feather and a hope. By morning, her companions were armed and prepared. The battle was turned. A single owl had changed the course of magical history. Whether the tale of Merwin is more myth than memory, modern magical historians agree that the owl became an early choice among magical messengers not by accident, but by alignment. The owl, unlike hawks or crows, hunts at night, flies with near silence, and possesses uncanny directional awareness. These traits, useful for survival in the Muggle world, proved invaluable for magic users needing discretion. Owls were not merely trained, they responded to enchantment. By the early 5th century, witches were binding directional spells into tiny leather anklets worn by owls, empowering them to find any magical target, so long as the sender had seen their face or knew their true name. The bond between owl and witch deepened over the centuries. In Scandinavia, Viking magic workers known as Fjolnir's kin carried snow owl eggs into battle, believing them to contain ancestral spirits. In the deserts of Mesopotamia, owls were warded with protective runes to carry ancient scrolls between ziggurat libraries. By the time magic began to formalize into guilds and schools across the European continent, the owl had become more than a messenger, it was a partner. Yet it was in the British Isles, and eventually at Hogwarts, where the owl's role would be fully realized. In the early medieval period, the enchanted world was in flux. Following the fall of the Roman Empire, magical communities became more isolated, and communication grew harder. It was in this crucible of secrecy and solitude that Cyprian Ravenclaw, brother to the famed Rowena, invented what would later be called the owl binding charm. This spell, deceptively simple in incantation but powerful in structure, allowed owls to navigate impossible magical barriers, from concealed settlements to vanishing castles. Where a human might stumble upon a protective enchantment and be turned away, an owl, under Cyprian's charm, could soar clean through. Cyprian's discovery was shared with his sister, who quickly recognized the practical and philosophical importance. "Knowledge," she once wrote, "deserves wings." When Rowena and the other three founders began building Hogwarts, the use of owls was baked into the school's very operations. The owlery was no afterthought, it was designed in parallel with the Great Hall and the library. Owls, Rowena believed, were to be not only carriers of letters, but the living embodiment of learning, loyalty, and distance conquered by intellect and faith. But before Hogwarts, there was the forest. And before the owlery, there was a girl in a tree with a grey owl and a message the world was not ready to lose. Magic, after all, is not only cast. It is carried. Though their natural instincts gave them an edge over ordinary birds, it was only through enchantment that owls became indispensable to the wizarding world. In the centuries following the rise of owl-based messaging, witches and wizards sought to refine not only the behavior of their avian partners, but the magic that bound them to their duty. It was not enough to send an owl through wind and storm. What mattered was accuracy, secrecy, and the sacred bond between sender and beast. The earliest known magical protocol for owl communication, recorded on a carved rune stone now housed at the Museum of Magical History in Tintagel, details the components of what would become the owl binding charm. This foundational spell was not merely a locator. It allowed owls to sense the magical signature of the intended recipient, akin to how a wand chooses a wizard. When cast correctly, the spell would link the owl to the recipient's aura, even if the owl had never seen them before. The man credited with perfecting this charm was Cyprian Ravenclaw, a quietly brilliant wizard who preferred arithmancy and spell theory to public fame. While his sister Rowena gained renown for her architectural and pedagogical genius, Cyprian worked in the shadows of the Highlands, studying migration patterns and developing magical theories of motion. His breakthrough came in the year 987, when he observed a family of barn owls returning to the same hollow tree across dozens of leagues, despite mist, enchantments, and a sky full of confundus storms from a local warlock feud. Cyprian hypothesized that owls navigated not by sight alone, but by a deeper, magically attuned form of orientation. He called it feather sense, and while the term has long since fallen out of academic use, the theory endures. Owls, he proposed, could sense the magical residue of witches and wizards over great distances. Cyprian created a stabilizing charm to support this instinct, allowing an owl to track not just place, but person. His experiments were crude at first. Some owls delivered letters to the wrong person, others flew in spirals for days. But eventually, he refined the incantation into something stable. The modern version, 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 Animus, still draws from his framework, though today's ministry-sanctioned owl charms include dozens of embedded protections against interception, detection, and tampering. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the owl binding charm was its one-way bond. The owl became linked to the message, but not to the sender. This allowed for enormous flexibility in communication. A witch could send an urgent letter to someone she had never met, so long as she had their full name, magical imprint, or an object tied to their aura. The implications were enormous, and soon, Owl Post replaced nearly every other magical messaging method in day-to-day wizard life. But magic has its costs. Owls, once wild and free, became partially enchanted beings, servants of purpose. Though still independent, their lives were now shaped by the magic woven into their wings. Some resisted. Wild owls that were never properly introduced to spell work sometimes went feral if forced to carry messages, growing hostile or cursed by unstable charm work. Breeding became more deliberate. Lines of owls with strong magical tolerance and higher intelligence were sought out by breeders. Over time, a sort of magical pedigree emerged, leading to both innovation and controversy. In the 12th century, famed owl breeder Wilhelmina Pluckthorne created the first generation of what she called true feather owls, hybrids bred specifically for endurance, memory, and charm compatibility. These owls were favored by aristocratic wizarding families, who often treated them as part of their household staff. The Malfoy family, for example, famously maintained an owlery of platinum-collared eagle owls, each trained to recognize and obey only Malfoy blood. Yet not all wizards approved of such manipulation. The ethical treatment of owls became a point of contention, especially after a 1298 scandal in which an owl named Rook was found dead in Knockturn Alley with a cursed message still bound to its talons. Investigations revealed that overworked owls, bound by improperly layered enchantments, could suffer magical feedback, sometimes fatally. This led to the first wave of ministry regulations protecting magical messengers. The Sentient Familiar Act of 1321 recognized owls as semisapient creatures, granting them rights to rest, freedom of movement, and magical treatment. To this day, the charm work behind Owl Post remains a blend of art and science. Only certified wand makers and communicative enchanters may legally craft owl bands or messaging talismans. Students at Hogwarts may send post freely, but the underlying web of protection, spells cast by generations of Hogwarts staff, particularly those trained in ancient runes and care of magical creatures, ensures each letter arrives safely, even through warded territories or magical interference. Owls are not mere animals in the wizarding world. They are enchanted partners in a ritual of connection that predates even the walls of Hogwarts itself. And through every charm, every letter, and every silent flight through the moonlight, the magic of that bond lives on. Long before the first feather carried a sealed scroll across the English countryside, the owl had already nested itself in the imagination of witches and wizards alike. It is one thing for a creature to serve a function, but quite another to represent something deeper, more ancient, more sacred. Over centuries, the owl transcended its practical role in the magical world to become a symbol of wisdom, mystery, vigilance, and even death. As with many magical traditions, the line between utility and mythology is thin, and frequently blurred. Among magical folk, the owl is a creature of paradox. Silent but powerful, graceful but fearsome, seemingly ever watchful, yet barely present by day. In its dual nature, the owl reflected something essential about magic itself, always hidden, always waiting, always more than it seemed. From the earliest magical manuscripts discovered in Avalon's ruins to the personal journals of famed 17th century arithmancer Iona Flint, owls have appeared in carvings, spell diagrams, wand handles, and protective ward circles. To conjure the image of an owl was to conjure trust, an implicit understanding that the unseen forces of the world were listening. It is perhaps no surprise that Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder most closely associated with intellect and perception, is frequently connected to the owl in both legend and lineage. Though the official Ravenclaw house emblem features an eagle, a symbol of reach, clarity, and aspiration, many magical historians believe this was originally an owl. Accounts from Rowena's contemporaries describe a personal familiar of hers, a midnight feathered owl named Moira, who was said to perch beside her during moments of study, occasionally nodding as if to approve of her notes. Some even claimed Rowena used her owl to test the mental resilience of her pupils. Moira would not accept letters from students unless they were free of emotional manipulation. The switch from owl to eagle in the house crest is attributed to Herthwin the Herald, a 13th century headmistress who updated the Hogwarts house banners during a period of political tension with mainland Europe. At the time, the eagle was considered a more noble and diplomatic creature, less associated with Celtic paganism and more aligned with classical ideals. But in common magical culture, Ravenclaw's connection to owls persisted. Even today, many Ravenclaw students choose owls as familiars, and the phrase "wisdom in feathers" remains a popular expression among the house's alumni. Beyond Hogwarts, owls appeared frequently in magical art and folklore. In enchanted tapestries from the Norman era, owls are shown guiding witches through dreamscapes or hovering over sleeping infants as protectors. One particularly famous depiction, the Tapestry of Nightglass Hollow, hangs in the Scottish National Wizarding Museum. It shows an owl carrying a silver scroll while flying through a forest filled with watching eyes. The scroll, embroidered with delicate runes, is thought to represent truth, hidden knowledge, or a prophecy not yet fulfilled. The piece is also woven with protective enchantments. When examined under moonlight, the owl's eyes briefly glow, and viewers report hearing a faint rustling of wings. Owls also emerged as a common motif in prophecy and divination. Seers and oracles often describe dream visits from owls, interpreting them as harbingers of a message, an unseen watcher, or a shift in fate. In the 15th century, Sibylla Locksley, a respected dreamwalker, wrote that owls in dreams were messengers of the deepest self, flying between waking and sleeping worlds. Her dream journal, now kept at the Hall of Lost Visions, contains dozens of illustrations of owls carrying not letters, but mirrored feathers, each reflecting the face of the dreamer. Even darker magical traditions found symbolic value in owls. While generally considered benevolent creatures, owls were sometimes invoked in rituals of remembrance and mourning. The night-cry owl, a rare magical species with pitch-black eyes and feathers the color of storm clouds, was said to appear at the windows of dying witches to escort their souls across the veil. While such tales border on the mythical, they underscore the reverence and fear magical folk often attached to the species. Importantly, the symbolism of the owl also created a cultural divide between wizarding and Muggle societies. While Muggle folklore often viewed owls as bad omens, harbingers of death, witchcraft, or misfortune, wizards saw them as dignified and vital. This difference occasionally led to complications. In the 1800s, several Muggle-born families experienced difficulties when their children received their Hogwarts letters via owl post. One well-documented case involved a Muggle grandmother who mistook the owl for a cursed creature and attempted to exorcise it with a Bible and broomstick. The owl, understandably offended, delivered the letter to a neighbor instead. To address such misunderstandings, the Ministry of Magic began issuing pamphlets to Muggle-born families explaining the role of owls in magical society. These included tips such as: do not attempt to feed the owl beef stew, owls do not respond to whistling, and please refrain from photographing the owl with flash. In spite of the occasional confusion, the owl has remained a stalwart symbol of magical identity. It appears on crests, wand boxes, chocolate frog cards, and ministry seals. More than that, it holds a unique place in the emotional lives of magical people. Every letter from home, every birthday parcel, every secret message of hope carried in the darkest days of war, all of it arrives on feathered wings, in silence, with eyes that seem to see more than they should. To understand the owl is to understand the heartbeat of magical life, always moving, always hidden, and always watching from the dark. The founding of Hogwarts in the 10th century marked not only the beginning of structured magical education in the British Isles, but also a moment of convergence of ideals, traditions, and magical creatures. Each of the four founders brought with them not only a philosophy of learning, but also a deep affinity for certain magical companions. These familiars, both symbolic and practical, reflected the founders' values and shaped Hogwarts' earliest relationship with magical animals, owls chief among them. Rowena Ravenclaw and the Watcher of the Heights. Of all the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw is the one most closely linked with owls in both legend and practice. Born in the mist-veiled Highlands of Scotland, Rowena was a scholar of the arcane and a devotee of sky magic, those ancient spells and rituals that drew power from the moon, stars, and birds of the air. She was known to spend long hours on mountaintops in silent observation, communing with winds and waiting for omens written in flight paths. Her familiar, a majestic great horned owl named Moira, was said to be a constant presence from her youth. More than a pet, Moira was described in multiple historical accounts as a spirit-bonded companion, possibly even a part of Rowena's own magical essence. In one recovered scroll, Rowena writes, "She sees what I do not. When my reason clouds, she flies above it." Rowena's early designs for Hogwarts included a tall roosting tower, not for glamour or defense, but to house owls, hers and those of future students. Her belief in shared knowledge and intellectual exchange made her an early proponent of a school-wide owl messaging system. Her influence laid the foundation for what would become the owlery, not merely a roost, but a sacred space of magical communication. Godric Gryffindor and the Winged Flame. Godric Gryffindor, hailing from the windswept plains of Godric's Hollow, was far more martial in nature. He preferred creatures of boldness and speed, griffins, hawks, and once, to the horror of the others, a juvenile Welsh green dragon. He viewed owls as useful, but too passive for his taste. Still, it is said he came to appreciate their loyalty after an incident in which one of his hawks turned feral and attempted to ignite the library stacks. His owl, Branwen, a tawny with battle scars and a clipped wing, was given to him by Helga Hufflepuff as a peace offering following a dispute over curriculum. Though not magically bred, Branwen proved fiercely loyal, even intercepting a cursed letter meant for Godric during a skirmish with dark warlocks in the Fenlands. While Gryffindor never pursued owl-based communication with the same intensity as Rowena, he respected its utility, and is credited with the creation of the Red Feather Recall Charm, a protective enchantment that allows a trained owl to detect and reject cursed objects mid-flight. This spell became a staple in school owl training for centuries. Salazar Slytherin and the Silent Serpents. Salazar Slytherin took a very different view of familiars. Known for his affinite, why now considered lost or intentionally obscured, he championed message-carrying reptiles enchanted to move unseen through roots and burrows. These scale runners never caught on, largely due to their tendency to bite recipients. Though his house did not oppose the use of owls, there was a time when Slytherin discouraged students from relying on them, instead promoting magical mirrors, whisperglass, and dream-conjured messengers. But even Salazar had an owl, reluctantly gifted to him by Rowena after she caught him charming a basilisk to carry scrolls. His owl, Noctis, was a shadowy, temperamental bird who obeyed only Slytherin and was never seen delivering a letter to anyone else. Historians speculate that despite his public stance, Slytherin understood the symbolic value of the owl to Hogwarts cohesion. He never opposed their use outright, perhaps a small but telling compromise during the school's formative years. Helga Hufflepuff and the Owls of Hearth and Field. If Rowena brought intellect and Godric brought fire, Helga Hufflepuff brought structure, empathy, and deep care for magical creatures. A gifted herbalist and beast whisperer, Helga was the first of the founders to domesticate and train owls for school-wide use. She organized owl rosters, feeding routines, and rest cycles, insisting that magical creatures should never be treated as tools, but as partners. She bred a line of hardy, golden-eyed barn owls known as hearthwings, selected for gentleness and endurance. These owls became the primary school owls in Hogwarts' early years, and many Hufflepuff students today still favor this breed. Helga also developed the Featherworm Charm, a simple but powerful incantation that protected owls from frost and fatigue during long journeys. This charm, later adopted by the Ministry's Owl Post Division, dramatically reduced owl mortality in winter. She trained apprentices in proper owl care, some of whom became the first official owl keepers of Hogwarts, a tradition that continues, largely unnoticed, to this day. The Owlery, a unified vision. Though their views differed, the four founders ultimately agreed on one point: the necessity of secure, magical communication within and beyond the castle walls. The Owlery was built not as an afterthought but as an architectural centerpiece. Positioned in the West Tower to catch the prevailing winds and lined with ancient stone that absorbed residual magic, it became a sanctuary of sorts, calm, cold, and always watching. The first spells laid into its foundations were not defensive, but respectful, wards of silence, flight channels that shifted with the seasons, and enchantments that allowed owls to sense the needs of students before they were spoken aloud. The Owlery was not just a building. It was a contract between Hogwarts and the creatures that carried its voice into the world. Each founder left their mark on that space. Rowena hung blue glass lanterns that glowed softly in moonlight. Godric installed flame-rune perches to warm talons after storms. Helga carved feeding runes into the stone, hidden to human eyes but known to owls. And Salazar, despite himself, warded the tower against dark enchantments, ensuring that no message could be turned to harm unless willed by sender and recipient both. From the beginning, the owl was more than a carrier of letters. It was a silent witness to every joy, every secret, every grief, and every revelation the students of Hogwarts dared to send into the world. Perched high atop the west tower of Hogwarts Castle, with its windswept arches and cold, rough-hewn stones, the owlery is one of the oldest surviving parts of the original castle design, its enchantments woven directly into the mortar by the founders themselves. For over 1,000 years, it has served as the school's central hub for magical communication, a sanctuary of wings and whispers through which every triumph, heartbreak, and secret has flown. Though the owlery is frequently taken for granted by modern students, just another tower among many, its origins reflect a far more intentional and sacred vision. It was not built out of convenience but philosophy. To send a message is to risk part of oneself. The owlery was designed to honor that vulnerability and the creatures who carried it. Site selection and founding spells. The West Tower was not chosen by accident. Early drafts of Hogwarts layout reveal that Rowena Ravenclaw had considered the Astronomy Tower for owl roosting, owing to its height. But it was Helga Hufflepuff who suggested building a new structure entirely, one aligned with the prevailing currents of magical wind, those invisible streams of ambient spell energy that flow like rivers through the air. Owls, being naturally attuned to this kind of current, would benefit from easier navigation and enchanted lift. To construct the owlery, the four founders used a mix of stone from magical quarries, some said to be mined from the cliffs beneath Tintagel, and driftwood from the Isle of Dreer, known for its anti-curse resonance. The very first layer of stone was etched with a flight ward rune circle, a charm developed by Cyprian Ravenclaw that would allow owls to take off from any window, even in the harshest wind or weather. At the tower's highest point, Godric Gryffindor installed 4 perch stones, each engraved with protective sigils, one to ward off illness, one to nullify tracking spells, one to break enchantments placed on letters, and one, his personal contribution, to banish stormborn curses from the air. Salazar Slytherin contributed a Nocturne Veil, a cloaking enchantment that renders the owlery virtually invisible to magical scrying after nightfall. This would later prove critical during times of war, protecting messages from interception by dark forces. Finally, Helga wove the Featherkind Accord into the chamber's threshold, a binding magical oath that no witch or wizard entering the owlery may harm, coerce, or deceive an owl within. Violation of the accord results in instant ejection from the tower, and in some cases, the temporary transformation of the offender into a mouse. This consequence was rarely applied, but once happened to a 6th-year Slytherin during the 1400s. He later became an advocate for owl welfare. Design and ecology. The owlerous interior is unique among Hogwarts towers. Open to the elements through high arches, it maintains a constant draft of air, balanced by warming charms embedded deep in the stone. The floor is strewn with straw, moss, and bits of parchment, all charmed to resist moisture and magically cleaned at regular intervals by enchanted brushes that emerge from the wall crevices at dawn and dusk. Roosts are arranged vertically, with higher platforms reserved by senior owls, an instinctual hierarchy respected even by the most magically bred birds. Central to the tower is a moonglass bowl, installed by Rowena, which reflects the phase of the moon regardless of cloud cover. Owls use it to orient their internal navigation. Many breeds, particularly snowy owls, rely on Lunapool as a guidance marker. The enchanted windows of the owlery are set with directional charms. An owl launching from the northern window will be slightly nudged toward its intended path, ensuring even the youngest or less experienced owls are not disoriented in high winds or magical fog. Even time itself behaves differently in the owlery. A subtle temporal stabilization field, maintained by the castle's wards, ensures that time passes in sync with the outside world, even during moments when Hogwarts falls under magical distortion, as during the Tri-Wizard Tournament's protective enchantments in 1994. This allows owls to deliver messages with precise timing, regardless of shifting magical atmospheres on school grounds. School owls and student access. Hogwarts has always maintained a fleet of trained school owls for students who do not bring their own. These owls are sourced from certified breeders, many descendants of Helga's original Hearthwing line, and undergo training under the supervision of the Owl Keeper, a little-known but crucial staff position. The Owl Keeper, though rarely mentioned in classes, is one of the few roles appointed directly by the headmaster. Traditionally trained in both care of magical creatures and spellcrafting, the Owl Keeper maintains the Owler's enchantments, oversees breeding partnerships, and ensures owl welfare. Rumors suggest that several Owl Keepers have gone on to become powerful unspeakables, their expertise in silent communication well suited to the Department of Mysteries. Students may enter the owlery at any time, provided they are respectful. Letters are left tied to the owl post ring at the center of the tower, where owls swoop down to claim them. More experienced students, especially in 6th and 7th year, often form bonds with specific school owls, mutual trust forming through repeated letters home or long walks from the common rooms with a hand-fed treat. The owlery is also one of the few spaces in Hogwarts not monitored by portraits. This is intentional. The founders believed that the transmission of messages should occur without judgment or record. In an environment where even staircases change their minds and ghosts whisper in the dark, the owlery remains a place of absolute privacy. Moments in history. Many significant magical events have passed through the owlery unnoticed, like shadows overhead. When Albus Dumbledore petitioned the 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 to halt Grindelwald's rise, the scroll was carried by an ash-grey eagle owl named Perseus from the West Tower. When Minerva McGonagall first applied to teach Transfiguration, her recommendation letter from Dumbledore left the owlery on the back of a long-retired barn owl named Nim. And in 1992, the morning after Gilderoy Lockhart was appointed professor, nearly 24 owls launched from the tower carrying irate letters from alumni and concerned parents alike. Even darker stories linger. During the Second Wizarding War, the owlery became a strategic concern for the Order of the Phoenix. Special watch spells were cast nightly, and decoy messages were sent through less commonly used birds to prevent interception. Fred and George Weasley, ever inventive, even charmed a handful of owls to drop false letters full of magical stink powder on known Death Eater households, a move that earned them detention, but also praise from Kingsley Shacklebolt. A living monument. To this day, the owlery stands as one of the most unchanged parts of Hogwarts. While classrooms shift, corridors repave themselves, and common rooms rearrange to fit new generations, the owlery remains as it always was, open, cold, ancient, and eternal. It is not merely a building. It is a living monument, feathered with memory, wing-tipped with time. And in every creak of perchwood and gust of wind, it whispers its long, silent promise. Wherever you are, someone can reach you. All it takes is a name, a message, and a creature willing to fly. As the use of owls expanded in both educational and governmental magical systems, Hogwarts faced a growing need for structure, accountability, and protection around the use of its most faithful messengers. With hundreds of letters flying in and out of the castle each week, some containing vital ministry documents, others coded messages from secret student societies, and still more bearing birthday cakes, broomstick orders, or even cursed objects, the need to monitor and secure owl posts became not just prudent, but essential. Thus was born the Hogwarts Owl Registry, a meticulous system of magical records, identification spells, and tracking enchantments developed over centuries to protect the integrity of owl-based communication within the school and its surrounding networks. The origins of registration. The registry began in earnest during the 15th century, under the guidance of Headmaster Thaddeus Thorne, a former Department of Magical Law Enforcement official known for his obsession with protocol. Alarmed by a rash of incidents involving enchanted letters, including one particularly memorable event in which a love potion-laced note exploded during breakfast, Thorne issued a decree: all owls entering or roosting within Hogwarts must be magically registered. The original system was simple, a scroll-based log kept in a magically sealed cabinet in the owlery, maintained by the owl keeper. Each owl was assigned a symbolic rune, drawn by hand and inked with a drop of the owl's own feather essence, an early form of magical fingerprinting. These runes recorded ownership, breed, behavioral notes, and message delivery history. Over the centuries, the system grew more sophisticated. By the 1700s, the scroll system had been replaced with the Featherbind Codex, a self-writing magical ledger enchanted by Ravenclaw alumnus Dorian Ailes. This book could detect any owl entering Hogwarts airspace and inscribe their arrival and departure with automatic ink, as well as log message types and destination enchantments. By 1865, the Codex had been expanded to recognize cursed messages, detect forged sender signatures, and identify tampered bindings. Today, the Codex remains in the owlery under protective wards. Only the owl keeper, the headmaster, and the deputy headmaster may access its full contents, though individual students may request confirmation of message receipt, a feature often used by NEWT-level students sending applications, ministry correspondences, or complaints to Madam Pince. Owl identification, talon tags and feather prints. Every registered owl at Hogwarts carries a magically invisible talon tag, inscribed on the rear left talon with a binding charm. This tag contains 3 critical data points. Owl designation code, a unique identifier based on breed, region, and registry number, e.g., SN00WHT 2034 for a snowy owl registered in 2034. Magical imprint thread, a trace signature of the owner's magical aura, allowing the owl to only deliver messages linked to that aura. Recall rune, a fail-safe spell that can summon the owl back to Hogwarts or dispel hostile magic targeting the bird. In the rare event of a stolen or lost owl, owl registry staff can use the imprint thread to locate it, so long as it has not flown beyond the traceable magical boundary lines of Britain, which, thanks to Department of International Magical Cooperation agreements, extend to parts of the European mainland. Each owl also possesses a feather print, a magical signature as unique as a wand's core. The Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, and owl breeders maintain detailed archives of feather prints for identification in criminal investigations, historical research, and, occasionally, magical creature custody disputes. Notably, Hedwig, Harry Potter's beloved snowy owl, was one of only 12 owls in the past 2 centuries to be granted autonomous clearance, a classification reserved for magical birds who display exceptional intelligence, advanced loyalty binding, and the ability to navigate high-interference magical zones independently. Her feather print is preserved at the Department of Magical Creatures in a memorial exhibit curated by Hermione Granger. Security enchantments and censorship controversies. While Hogwarts generally respects student privacy, there are enchantments in place to protect students and staff from dangerous magical correspondence. The registry's built-in ward system is designed to flag the following: letters laced with befuddlement charms or imperious residue, parcels that emit untraceable dark magic signatures, envelopes containing transfigurative animations, e.g., living insects disguised as letters. Use of voice-binding curses, often used in howlers to cause emotional trauma. When flagged, such items are held for inspection by the owlkeeper and the deputy head. In most cases, the sender is notified and may appeal. However, in rare or urgent cases, particularly during the First and Second Wizarding Wars, letters were intercepted and destroyed without notice to prevent their contents from reaching students. This has led to periodic debate among Hogwarts governors and magical rights activists. In 1996, Gideon Fenworth, an advocate from the Magical Creatures Protection League, published a scathing pamphlet titled Feathers on the Wire, accusing Hogwarts of censorship and undue surveillance during wartime. The school responded that during Voldemort's return, communication threats justified extraordinary measures. A position widely supported by the 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 at the time. Today, most registry interventions are limited to emergencies, with oversight provided by the Department of Magical Transportation and the Hogwarts Board of Magical Communications, a largely ceremonial body chaired by Professor Flitwick until his retirement. Student use and mail protocol. Upon arrival at Hogwarts, every student, regardless of house or blood status, is granted access to the school owl fleet. Students with their own owls may submit them for voluntary registration upon entry, at which point a talent tag and magical wellness screening are performed. Most families comply, though a few, like the Malfoys, have historically resisted, citing family-bound privacy traditions. Each letter sent from Hogwarts is automatically encoded with a magical timestamp, the shimmering thread visible only to the recipient and the sender, ensuring authenticity and time of sending. This prevents post-alteration, a trick once popular among prankster students who attempted to backdate homework extensions. Students who abuse the owlery, for instance, using owls to deliver enchanted prank parcels or send threats, can face disciplinary action, including owlery bans, detention, and in extreme cases, wand restriction orders. In spite of these rules, the Owl Registry is generally considered a fair and necessary institution. Its protections are subtle, but vital. Without it, every letter would be a risk, every owl flight a vulnerability. And so, behind every flicker of wings and flutter of parchment, behind every early morning delivery or moonlit flight, lies an intricate web of trust, security, and ancient enchantment, one that spans centuries, bridges castles and continents, and remains hidden in plain sight. For much of magical history, owls have flown through peaceful skies, carriers of school letters, business contracts, and the occasional howler. But in times of war, these silent messengers have become agents of strategy, secrecy, and survival. Nowhere was this more evident than during the infamous Goblin rebellions of the 17th and 18th centuries, when magical society fractured, and owls became central to the chaos, diplomacy, and espionage that unfolded. The Goblin rebellions were not a single conflict but a series of uprisings led by Goblin communities throughout Britain and parts of mainland Europe. Fueled by centuries of marginalization, unjust laws, and the wand ban imposed by the Wizarding Council, Goblin leaders organized against wizarding authorities in a decades-long series of violent flare-ups. These rebellions were not only fought with blades and magic, but with information. And in an age before magical mirrors, patronus messages, or secure flu channels, Owl Post was the primary means of sending wartime intelligence. The rise of the messenger owl battalion. Though owls were widely used across wizarding Britain by the early 1600s, their wartime utility had yet to be formalized. That changed in 1612, when Almeric Ashburton, a former Hogwarts Transfiguration professor and then a tactical advisor to the Wizarding Council, founded the Messenger Owl Battalion, MOB, a covert division tasked with organizing, training, and deploying owls for use in wartime commune. Time updates across battlefields. MOB owls were trained to fly below spell detection height, evade confundus blasts and aerial enchantments, deliver messages directly into hidden caches or magically sealed scroll boxes. These owls, usually drawn from strong, nocturnally inclined breeds like Eurasian eagle owls and greater horned owls, were enchanted with shield feather charms and tracking immunity wards, many of which are still used in aura operations today. Some of the battalion's most successful operations included the Midnight Drop. 1612-21 owls simultaneously delivered coordinates to rebel-encircled wizard garrisons in Yorkshire, resulting in a coordinated escape under the new moon. The Treaty of Glenmore, a peace offering written in Goblin silver and delivered via owl by ministry peacekeepers, protected by a delicate pact charm that would have incinerated the message if tampered with. Ironically, the same strategies used to protect wizarding communications also spurred Goblin retaliation. Goblin interference and counter-magic. Goblin ingenuity, often underestimated by wizards, quickly adapted. Goblin spellcrafters began experimenting with ways to intercept or disable owl messages. Among their more effective tactics were The Echo Curse, a dark enchantment that caused intercepted owls to repeat the sender's message aloud in public, exposing secret plans. Windhooks, devices made of enchanted iron that created disruptive air currents to knock owls off course mid-flight. Shadow mimics, illusory owls used to follow Hogwarts birds and glean their routes, a tactic that forced the owl registry to begin mapping magical flight paths and adding feathered decoys to confuse enemy tracking spells. One of the most infamous goblin tacticians, Bruck Ironclad, once managed to divert a fleet of 30 owl carriers by releasing hundreds of magically enhanced bats during a fog-heavy siege near Carn Dum. The disruption cost the lives of 12 ministry wizards and triggered the passage of the Owl Protection Accords of 1629, which banned the use of owl post during high-risk field operations unless pre-cleared by the Department of Magical Warfare. Notable owls of the rebellions. Amid the chaos, a few individual owls earned legendary status. Chief among them, Duskfeather. A jet-black barn owl with unusually silent wings, Duskfeather served under Aurora Bellamy, a dueling prodigy and Order of Merlin recipient. Duskfeather once flew through 3 consecutive fire wards to deliver a message warning of an ambush at Kilmarnock, saving nearly 50 lives. A statue of Duskfeather now stands in the owlery at the Ministry of Magic, talons clutching a scroll inscribed with the words: Swift, silent, loyal. Mei Lin. A golden-eyed owl bonded with Roderick Fletchley, a Hufflepuff-born ministry archivist who ran an underground message network between Hogwarts, the Wizengamot, and rebel encampments who refused to support the violence. Mei Lin's feather was later used in the core of a ceremonial wand crafted to mark the end of the Third Rebellion, now kept in the Museum of Wizarding Peace. Twiceturn. So named for her habit of spiraling before landing, Twiceturn was a school owl who, despite being untrained for battle, carried urgent warnings to the Hogsmeade Village Council during a goblin assault on nearby farms. She was injured in the process but recovered and lived out her years under the care of the Hogwarts Owl Keeper. Her name appears in the Registry of Honored Creatures, an archive rarely opened but deeply respected within the school. Impact on Hogwarts policy. The Goblin Rebellions changed how Hogwarts viewed Owl Post. While the castle had long relied on owls for internal communication, the increasing danger of message interception forced staff to enhance the Owleris wards and teach students better magical message etiquette. By the mid-18th century, students at Hogwarts were required to take a short module in secure correspondence during their 3rd year, a tradition that faded over time but was briefly reinstated during Voldemort's return in the 1990s. Headmasters and headmistresses, too, began employing message monitors, enchanted plumes that glowed red if cursed or tampered letters passed through their hands. While not foolproof, they offered some protection against the increasingly complex threats magical society faced. Legacy of the owl in wartime. To speak of owls only in terms of scrolls and deliveries is to diminish their role in magical history. During the Goblin Rebellions, they were not only couriers, they were collaborators. Without their resilience, their intelligence, and the powerful enchantments that protected them, much of Wizarding Britain would have been plunged into further darkness. Today, magical war memorials across the country include owl sculptures, often tucked in corners or perched quietly above plaques. At Hogwarts, there is a single black-feathered perch in the owlery that no bird dares claim, a symbolic roost kept forever empty in memory of those who flew, carried secrets, and never returned. As magical society expanded and standardized in the 18th and 19th centuries, so too did its systems of governance. And as the volume of owl post increased, particularly with the growth of wizarding bureaucracy, commerce, and global magical travel, the British Ministry of Magic faced a pressing question: how could such a vital, ancient, and emotionally significant mode of communication be effectively regulated? The answer came in the form of a complex web of legislation, departments, sub-departments, and enchanted procedures, all aimed at securing the efficiency, safety, and ethical use of owls in both public and private wizarding life. Founding the Department of Magical Communications. The Department of Magical Communications, DMC, was established in 1743 during the tenure of Minister Ulick Gamp, whose visionary reforms gave the ministry its first modern structure. Initially a small office operating out of a single corridor in level 7 of the ministry, the DMC oversaw enchanted ink, official message spells, and minor post disputes. But it was owls that soon dominated its workload. By 1756, owl post accounted for over 80% of magical communication across Britain. Reports of delayed letters, missed deliveries, intercepted scrolls, and cursed packages flooded the DMC. One infamous case involved a ministry intern who received an accidental howler for a convicted warlock. The message screamed for 12 consecutive hours, resulting in temporary loss of memory. To address the growing chaos, the DMC created a dedicated division, the Owl Post Authority, OPA. The Owl Post Authority, OPA. The OPA became the ministry's central hub for everything owl-related. Headquartered in a domed tower just above Level 2, the OPA manages licensing and registry of professional owl breeders and handlers, standardized training programs for post owls used in public services, regulation of magical owl accessories, such as scroll clasps, feather-piercing talons, and shielding bands, emergency intervention during delivery malfunctions, exploding letters, vanishing parchments, cursed ink, etc. Coordination with the Department of Magical Transportation to prevent owl-air collisions with apparition zones. Owls trained through OPA-certified programs wear an invisible postmark sigil on their chest feathers. This enchanted emblem, detectable only by authorized wizards, verifies the owl's training status, delivery range, and magical health. It also serves as a tracking beacon in the event of foul play or tampering. OPA-certified owls are often used by the Daily Prophet and other magical publications. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, for secure document delivery. 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 correspondencies. Magical law firms and healers. While private owls are not legally required to be registered, any owl used in a commercial, political, or public service capacity must pass a basic regulatory exam, proving resistance to simple jinxes and obedience to recall commands. Legislation, the Scroll and Feather Acts. Two cornerstone laws laid the groundwork for modern owl regulation. The Scroll and Feather Act of 1794 required all ministry departments to use OPA-certified owls for official correspondence. Banned the use of transfigured animals as postal substitutes, a disturbing trend during the rebellion years. Introduced fines for tampering with owl flight paths using magical decoys or bait spells. The Scroll and Feather Expansion, 1811. Extended protections to owls themselves, codifying them as contractual magical familiars with rights to rest, humane treatment, and safe roosting. Made it illegal to enchant an owl to carry a message without its consent, a law widely applauded by care of magical creatures activists. These acts laid the foundation for modern ethical handling, ensuring that owls were not merely treated as delivery tools but as magical beings with agency. Security protocols and magical surveillance. As magical warfare and espionage advanced, the ministry implemented several protective measures to secure owl-based communication. Featherfire protocols activates if an unauthorized person opens a letter mid-flight. The message combusts in a harmless but uncopyable burst of light. Message cloaking ribbons, wrapped around scrolls and visible only to the intended recipient. Severing the ribbon prematurely causes the letter to blank itself. Owl flight obscuration wards, deployed around critical locations to prevent tracking of owl routes via enchantment. In the 1990s, during the Second Wizarding War, the DMC coordinated with the Order of the Phoenix and later the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to create temporary owl silence zones, geographically marked areas where owl post was disabled to prevent intelligence leaks. These were used sparingly due to the disruptive effects on family correspondence and school communication. Public owl post offices. To support the public's continued reliance on owls, the ministry maintains a network of owl post offices throughout Wizarding Britain. These are licensed locations where individuals without personal owls can hire trained birds to deliver messages. Most towns with a significant magical population, like Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, and Upper Flag Lane, have one or more of these establishments. Post offices offer a variety of owl types. Standard swift wings for everyday letters. Long-range feathers for international deliveries. Heavy claws for small parcel transport. Confidential class owls, with silencing and anti-tracing enchantments, for sensitive matters. Fees are calculated based on weight, distance, and magical interference along the route. Premium owls may include security features such as auto-return, one-time flight shields, or message translation charms for cross-border communication. Controversy and reform. Not all wizarding citizens have welcomed ministry involvement in owl regulation. Concerns about privacy, magical surveillance, and overreach have led to repeated criticism, particularly during times of political instability. In 1996, amid growing unrest surrounding Voldemort's return, the OPA issued Directive 187, authorizing the temporary monitoring of owl posts suspected of supporting dark-aligned entities. Though this directive was repealed within months, it drew condemnation from privacy advocates and inspired a protest movement known as the Feathered Rebellion. Students and activists who sent hundreds of owls to the ministry in a single day, each carrying blank parchment and a single feather as a statement against censorship. Following the war, the OPA underwent reform under Minister Kingsley Shacklebolt. The most significant change came with the introduction of the Writ of Magical Postal Integrity, 1999, a formal declaration protecting personal owl post from ministry interference without probable cause, reviewed by the Wissengamat. Today, owl post remains one of the few magical institutions still regarded with near universal trust. Unlike wands, goblins, or newspapers, owls are seen as impartial, driven not by politics or power, but by loyalty and instinct. Their silence is sacred, their flight protected, and their legacy guarded by the subtle laws and enchantments that the ministry now stewards. If Hogwarts is the soul of wizarding Britain, the Daily Prophet is its voice, and for nearly 3 centuries, that voice has flown on the wings of owls. Since its founding in 1743, the Prophet has relied on owl post not only to deliver its daily papers to readers, but also to carry correspondence, breaking news reports, and opinion columns between its writers, editors, photographers, and sources. Owls have been at the center of every major magical headline, from the trials of dark witches to the Tri-Wizard Tournament, from the fall of Voldemort to the rise of Harry Potter. Their flight patterns, and the magic that guides them, have shaped not only how wizarding news is distributed, but how it is made. The origins of owl-based news delivery. Before the Daily Prophet was established, magical news was regional and sporadic. Passed through word of mouth, enchanted town criers, and occasionally magical wall posters that spoke to passers-by. While owl post was already in use for personal messages, no one had yet applied it to a regular publication. That changed with Barnabas Cuff, a forward-thinking journalist and one of the Prophet's earliest editors. Cuff envisioned a system where articles would be written in the early hours, printed using magically enhanced presses, and then bound into lightweight scrolls delivered by owl at dawn. These owls, trained to recognize subscription spells placed on readers' homes, could deliver hundreds of copies simultaneously, flying along enchanted currents set by the paper's distribution team. The success was immediate. By 1745, the Daily Prophet was reaching over 2,000 magical households. By 1790, it had eclipsed 20,000, delivered exclusively by owl. To support this growth, the Prophet established its own internal owlery atop its main office in Diagon Alley. This multi-level roost, known colloquially as the Feather Deck, housed more than 500 owls at its peak, with a dedicated team of owl handlers, magical veterinarians, and correspondence clerks. Owl delivery mechanisms and enchantments. To manage the intense volume of post, the Prophet developed a unique delivery system. Subscription tagging: when a witch or wizard subscribes, a magical seal is placed on their home, business, or wand. Prophet owls detect these tags and deliver the correct edition, morning, evening, or special release. Auto-pick system. Rather than assigning each owl to a specific address, the Prophet's magic allows any owl in the fleet to sense the next most urgent delivery. Owls choose their scrolls based on magical pulsing, strongest for distant or high-priority addresses. Flight link charms. Articles are bundled into scrolls charmed to resist wind, water, and most environmental damage. If a scroll is dropped mid-air, the enchantment snaps it back to the owl's talons. Time-staggering spells, used for timed release editions, allowing early printing while ensuring delivery occurs simultaneously across regions. All of these systems operate under the supervision of the Ministry's Owl Post Authority, which audits the Prophet's owl fleet quarterly to ensure compliance with the Scroll and Feather Acts. Owls in investigative journalism. Perhaps less well-known is the role owls have played in the gathering of news. Long before enchanted quills and quick-quote scrolls, reporters relied on owls to smuggle documents, deliver anonymous tips, and maintain secrecy in politically volatile times. In one famous case from 1907, reporter Sibylline Craik used a charmed pygmy owl named Wisp to secretly deliver encoded correspondences between members of the 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 opposing a dark magic ban rollback. Wisp's messages ultimately exposed Minister Bedros Altringham's corruption, earning Craik a posthumous Order of Merlin and securing the owl a commemorative statue in the Prophet's Owlery. During both wizarding wars, investigative journalists used private owls with anti-tracing wards to reach resistance contacts and leak ministry missteps. Owls were favored over apparition or patronus-based communication for their physical tangibility and ability to bypass wards, especially during the height of Voldemort's return, when even the Flu network was monitored. It is no exaggeration to say that without owls, much of the truth in magical history would have remained buried. Notable owls in Prophet history. Several owls have become minor legends in Prophet lore. Clarence. A snowy owl used for high-priority editorials, Clarence was the personal delivery owl of famed columnist Gladys Gunderson. Known for his punctuality and disdain for lesser post, Clarence once clawed a rival owl mid-air for attempting to intercept an article criticizing broom safety standards. Wink. A half-blind barn owl who nonetheless completed over 8,000 successful deliveries. Wink's lack of vision was compensated by an unusually strong magical sense of direction. His final flight, a 400-mile round trip during a snowstorm, delivered the Prophet's front-page article on the fall of Grindelwald in 1945. Brindle. A horned owl with a reputation for refusing to deliver anything she deemed trivial. Editors learned to use her only for political opinion pieces, war coverage, or Quidditch scandals. Brindle retired in 2003 and now resides at a magical owl sanctuary in Derbyshire. Controversy: the ethics of mass owl post. While owls have long been respected in the journalistic world, their use in mass media has sparked occasional backlash. In 1988, following a surge in junk post from magical tabloid The Morning Mischief, animal rights groups protested the use of owls to carry emotionally manipulative or exploitative content. The ministry responded by requiring all news publications to declare content type on scroll wrappers. Prophet owls are now trained to decline packages marked classified deception, false omen, or level 3 romantic entrapment, a classification system that remains the subject of fierce newsroom debate. In recent years, environmental concerns have emerged. Though magical ink and parchment are charmed to be biodegradable, the sheer volume of owl post has raised questions about airspace crowding and owl overuse. In response, the Prophet launched a limited Green Scrolls initiative featuring reusable message capsules and biodegradable, feather-friendly bindings. Hogwarts subscriptions and student correspondence. Owls from the Daily Prophet are a common sight at Hogwarts, particularly during breakfast. Each morning, dozens of school owls arrive bearing copies addressed to students, staff, and ghosts alike. One copy is enchanted to update itself mid-flight for nearly headless Nick. Notably, Harry Potter, throughout his years at Hogwarts, received profit headlines that significantly impacted his experience, from skeptical coverage of his Tri-Wizard performance to scathing 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒑 columns. His owl Hedwig is remembered not only for her loyalty, but for her proud posture as she delivered these often painful pages, never once dropping a scroll, even when the news wounded. In the end, owls are not simply the couriers of wizarding journalism, they are its unseen backbone. The parchment may curl, the ink may fade, but the flapping wings of an owl, bearing truth or rumor, comfort or fear, remain etched in the sky. Whether bearing breaking headlines or quiet classifieds, every owl from simply a beautiful snowy owl, intelligent and proud. But to those who knew her, especially one orphan boy on the cusp of a new world, Hedwig was a friend, a guardian, a link to freedom and belonging. Her story is not just the tale of an owl, but of what it means to be seen, understood, and loved in the shadow of great trials. A birthday gift in Diagon Alley. The story of Hedwig begins, quite literally, with the opening of a door to both a shop and a life Harry Potter had never imagined. In July of 1991, after a lifetime of neglect under the stairs at No. 4 Privet Drive, Harry found himself standing in Aesop's Owl Emporium, a dim, rustling shop filled with talons and gold eyes. As Hagrid helped him navigate Diagon Alley for the first time, the half-giant chose to purchase Harry an owl, not a toad, nor a cat, nor even a wand yet, but a companion. "Tell ye what, I'll get your animal." Not a toad, toads went out of fashion years ago. Yet be laughed at, and I donna like cats. They make me sneeze. I'll get ye an owl. The snowy owl Hagrid selected was striking, pristine white with speckled black markings, and an intelligent gaze that met Harry's without fear. Though unnamed at the time, she immediately set herself apart with a regal stillness and a piercing awareness. That owl would become Hedwig, named by Harry later after a name he discovered in a history of magic. The significance of this gesture should not be understated. Before Hedwig, Harry had never received a gift just for himself, let alone something living and magical. She became his first real possession, and, more importantly, his first real friend. Early days at Hogwarts, loyalty and precision. From the start, Hedwig proved herself an exceptional owl. Though snowy owls were known for independence and moodiness, Hedwig displayed a rare balance of discipline and affection. She learned Hogwarts' aerial corridors quickly, delivered messages across long distances with unerring precision, and returned to Harry promptly, even when sent to unfamiliar locations. In her first year alone, Hedwig delivered a birthday gift from Hagrid over the summer holidays, carried correspondence between Harry and Sirius Black via Hogsmeade, even delivered a note across the English Channel while Harry was on the run. She also demonstrated a strong moral compass, famously nipping Ron Weasley after a particularly careless insult in Chamber of Secrets. This sense of justice made her a favorite among professors. Professor McGonagall once noted that Potter's owl seems to share his stubborn streak. What made Hedwig unique, however, wasn't just her reliability. It was her temperament. She seemed to understand Harry's moods, responding to grief with soft hoots, pride with a quiet head tilt, and irritation with a ruffle of feathers and a sharp glare. In the chaos of adolescence, dangerous secrets, and the isolation that came with fame, Harry found in Hedwig something constant. She did not ask questions. She did not recoil. She stayed. Hedwig's flights across the years. Throughout Harry's time at Hogwarts, Hedwig remained a steadfast presence in his life, often the only link to the outside world when things fell apart. In Prisoner of Azkaban, she boldly flew to deliver letters to Sirius Black, even while he was in hiding. In Goblet of Fire, she crossed international borders to reach Sirius in a cave near Hogsmeade, dodging protective enchantments and anti-flight wards. In Order of the Phoenix, she delivered crucial messages despite increased ministry surveillance, and even suffered injury after being intercepted. Madame Pomfrey treated her personally, an acknowledgement of Hedwig's importance to the Order. Each year, her flights became more dangerous. Yet she never hesitated. Even in moments of emotional turmoil, Hedwig offered quiet companionship. In the winter months, Harry often found himself in the owlery late at night, stroking her feathers while she blinked slowly in the candlelight, listening in her way. When letters went unanswered, or threats grew, she remained his silent confidant. Symbolism and emotional bond. More than a pet, Hedwig came to represent something rare in Harry's world: innocence, stability, and unspoken love. In a life defined by loss, his parents, his childhood, his privacy, Hedwig was never taken for granted. The very choice of a snowy owl carries meaning. In magical lore, snowy owls are symbols of clarity in the dark, of messages delivered through frozen silence. For a boy born under a prophecy and marked by death, Hedwig was a white flame in the night sky. J.K. Rowling later said in interviews that Hedwig symbolized the loss of innocence and the end of childhood. That symbolism would manifest all too clearly in the final book. The final flight, Hedwig's sacrifice. In Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, during the daring flight from Privet Drive as Death Eaters closed in, Hedwig's fate was sealed. She was struck by a killing curse intended for Harry. The spell hit her while she was still in her cage, defenseless. Hedwig. Hedwig. She was hit. She's dead. In a moment defined by chaos and fear, the loss of Hedwig hit readers, and Harry, like a blow far deeper than many expected. Her death came early in the book, setting the tone for what would be a war of loss. She died not while flying freely, but trapped, a victim of the same war that had taken so much from Harry already. Yet her death was not meaningless. By dying in that moment, Hedwig symbolically severed Harry from his childhood. The protector, the friend, the creature of peace, was gone. And from that point forward, there was no turning back. The boy who had once wandered Diagon Alienor was now a soldier, hunted and hardened. Many readers noted the understated way her death was handled. No grand ceremony. No resurrection. Just quiet, irreversible loss. As with so much in Harry's life, the pain was personal and permanent. Legacy. Hedwig's name lives on. Memorialized in portraits, magical creature textbooks, and even in wizarding poetry, she remains a symbol of the bond between witch or wizard and owl. At Hogwarts, a small perch sits empty near the northernmost window of the owlery, inscribed with the words, "Swift and still, loyal and bright, she flew through shadow and into light." Harry, after the war, never replaced her. Though he used ministry owls and received letters by Phoenix Flame in later years, he never again bonded with another owl. Because some companions, like certain truths, only come once. From the first flurry of wings over the Great Hall to the final, blood-soaked summer of war, the years 1991 to 1997 marked one of the most turbulent and revealing periods in the history of owl communication at Hogwarts. While the owlery itself remained physically unchanged, its role evolved rapidly in response to both student culture and the escalating pressures of the Second Wizarding War. Letters, parcels, threats, love notes, coded warnings, and grieving goodbyes all passed through the talons of owls during this 7-year span. To examine owl dynamics during this period is to read a quiet, parallel narrative to the one chronicled in the more public story of Harry Potter, The Boy Who Lived. Daily rituals, owls in the Great Hall. One of the first magical moments witnessed by new students each year was the morning owl post, a sight equal parts majestic and chaotic. Hundreds of owls would descend through the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, swooping between banners and chandeliers to deliver letters, packages, and occasionally a surprise breakfast from home. The routine appeared unstructured, but it operated on an invisible rhythm of magic. Perception charms on the ceiling allowed owls to identify the correct recipient by magical signature. Flight lane wards, soft currents of spell energy, prevented mid-air collisions during large-scale deliveries. Silent glide rooms, woven into the rafters centuries ago, muted flapping wings during the descent, ensuring minimal disruption to morning conversation. Despite these safeguards, messes still occurred. Owls sometimes landed in bowls of porridge, dropped packages on the wrong house table, or nipped students who failed to untie scrolls fast enough. These moments became part of the castle's living texture, celebrated and groaned about in equal measure. Student owl ownership and usage. Most first-year students relied on the school owl fleet, a group of hardy, even-tempered birds trained to carry standard letters and parcels. But some students arrived with their own owls, creatures that reflected their owners as much as their choice in wands. Harry Potter and Hedwig. As described in the previous chapter, Hedwig set a standard for independence and intelligence. She frequently returned to Harry even when not called, and maintained a rare, semi-telepathic understanding of his moods. Her pristine snowy coloring made her stand out, and made Harry himself more noticeable among his peers. Ron Weasley and Errol. The Weasley family owl was a wheezy, ancient grey owl named Errol, whose long years had left him nearly blind and perpetually disoriented. Despite this, Errol served with surprising reliability, though often arriving with a dramatic crash. Among Gryffindors, Errol became a beloved, if comical, mascot of family devotion and resilience. Percy Weasley and Hermes. In contrast to Ron, Percy was gifted a sleek Scops owl named Hermes upon becoming a prefect. Fast, precise, and irritatingly formal, some joke Percy had trained him to look disapproving. Hermes was often seen fluttering around the Gryffindor table with ministry letters during Percy's 5th and 6th years. Draco Malfoy's eagle owl. Draco brought with him a large, dark-feathered eagle owl known only to students as the Malfoy's bird. It delivered packages from home, often containing sweets, letters from his mother, or the latest gossip scrolls from his father's ministry contacts. The owl was known for landing with calculated grace and for ignoring students from other houses. Howlers, cursed letters, and magical mishaps. Owls delivered more than just affectionate notes. Hogwarts had long served as a battleground of adolescent emotions, and from time to time, the owlery became an unknowing accomplice to dramatic missives. Howlers, charmed letters that screamed their contents in the sender's voice, were a regular occurrence. Famously, Ron received one from Mrs. Weasley in Chamber of Secrets after crashing the flying car. Neville received one, delivered by a school owl with visible discomfort, after misplacing his grandmother's charmed hat. During the Yule Ball fallout in Goblet of Fire, multiple students received howlers from disappointed crushes, friends, or even rival housemates. These howlers often left scorch marks on the table and reduced their recipients to stunned silence, or occasionally, tears. Not all letters were benign. During the Triwizard Tournament, Harry received a spate of hate mail, much of it laced with minor jinxes. Hedwig was injured while delivering one such letter, an act that prompted Dumbledore to reinforce the owler's protective wards and issue a quiet ministry rebuke against the Daily Prophet for inflaming public sentiment. Romance and rebellion in the owlery. The owlery also served as a social space, quiet, high above the castle, and seldom supervised. Students often snuck away to write private letters, exchange messages with Hogsmeade shopkeepers, or, in later years, coordinate clandestine activities. Ginny Weasley was known to frequent the owlery during her 4th year, writing letters whose recipients were never named. Cho Chang sent and received emotionally fraught messages during her brief courtship with Harry, including one scrawled on rose-colored parchment that left Hedwig slightly perfumed for days. Members of Dumbledore's army used the owlery to send coded messages in Order of the Phoenix, often disguised as harmless family updates or book orders. One incident worth noting, a school owl named Maplewing was intercepted in 1996 attempting to deliver a letter containing information about Horcruxes. The letter, addressed to Dumbledore, was destroyed by a curse midway through its flight. The owl survived, barely, and was retired to the Magical Creature Hospital in St. Andrews. The incident remains classified. Shifts in the final year. By 1996 to 1997, Hogwarts was no longer the same school. With the rise of the Death Eaters and the Ministry under Voldemort's control, even the owlery became a place of risk. Surveillance charms were installed by the Carrows. Owls began disappearing mysteriously, believed to be intercepted or eliminated mid-flight. Students stopped sending letters freely. Some began using mirror shards, enchanted coins, or even one-to-one legitimacy sessions to pass messages. Still, a few brave owls continued to fly. One unnamed school owl delivered a warning to Neville Longbottom in March of 1997, advising him of an impending ambush. That owl was never seen again. The unseen thread. Across all houses and all years, the owl remained the constant. A quiet force in the background. Not applauded, not often thanked, but always there. Students cried into their feathers after family deaths. They sent desperate letters asking to be picked up early. They ordered new quills, shared Quidditch gossip, received birthday treats, and in some cases, heard for the first time that someone truly cared about them, all carried by owls. In war, in love, in exile, and in friendship, the owls never judged. They merely flew. On the night of July 27, 1997, the world of magic lost more than an owl. In the darkness above Little Whinging, during a mission meant to save the life of the most hunted boy in the wizarding world, Hedwig, the snowy owl of Harry Potter, was struck down by a killing curse. It happened swiftly, without warning or ceremony. One moment she was caged, watching with silent alertness. The next, she was gone. The impact of her death rippled far beyond that moment, resonating not only in the hearts of readers and friends but within the magical fabric of Hogwarts itself. For Hedwig was no ordinary owl. She was a symbol, a companion, and, in her final breath, a sacrifice. The flight from Privet Drive. The plan had been crafted in secret by the Order of the Phoenix, multiple Harrys, multiple Guardians, and a network of safe houses. Each Harry would fly with a protector, drawing Death Eaters away from the real one in a desperate aerial diversion. Harry's true guardian that night was Hagrid, flying a motorbike charmed to levitate and shoot dragon fire. Hedwig, placed inside her cage for safety, was not free to soar beside them. For the first time in her life, she was grounded at Harry's side during flight, a bitter irony for a creature whose entire existence had been shaped by the sky. As Death Eaters attacked from the clouds, spells flew through the air like falling stars. Somewhere in the chaos, one of them, perhaps Stan Shunpike, perhaps another, cast the killing curse in Hedwig's direction. A flash of green light and a burst of feathers. And that was all. No battle cry. No final beat of wings. Just silence. The owl who had carried letters across continents, who had outflown storms and fire, died confined, helpless. The cage fell to the floor of the sidecar. Her body slumped forward. And the war entered a new, crueler phase. A symbol shattered. In literary and magical circles alike, the death of Hedwig was immediately recognized as symbolic. Author J.K. Rowling later described Hedwig's death as the end of childhood. For years, the owl had represented Harry's connection to a simpler, if still painful, world. She was the first living being who chose him, before friends, mentors, or allies. She came from Diagon Alley, the place where Harry first learned who he really was, and remained his one constant throughout the upheaval of his life. In magical terms, Hedwig's death severed the last remaining thread of innocence. She was the last of Harry's schooly protectors, the owls, the letters, the safety of Hogwarts. With her loss, the narrative of Harry Potter shifted from a schoolboy tale to a war story. Even within the Order, her death had tactical consequences. The fall of such a well-known owl indicated to Voldemort's forces that this version of Harry was likely the real one. Her loss helped narrow the Death Eaters' pursuit. The very recognition of Hedwig's distinctive white plumage, a marker of her beauty and status, became a liability. Mourning without ceremony. Unlike Dobby or Albus Dumbledore, Hedwig received no formal burial in the text. There was no headstone, no speech. Her body was left in the wreckage of the sidecar until it crashed. She fell not in a final act of defiance, but as collateral, one more victim of a world unraveling. And yet, the mourning was universal. At Hogwarts, word of her death spread quickly among those who had known her best. The Owl Keeper, never named, but long responsible for the school's flock. was said to have kept one of her feathers in a sealed case above his desk for the remainder of the war. Students left scraps of parchment at the foot of the owlery, some with drawings, others with simple words. "Fly again soon. You were his first. You mattered." The gesture was not ministry-sanctioned, nor officially recorded. It came from the students. The ones who, like Harry, had spent hours in the owlery watching their messages fly into the clouds. They understood. So did the owls. For a week after her death, none of the school owls roosted in the perch she had favored. A quiet mark of respect. Legacy beyond death. Though gone, Hedwig's legacy did not fade. In 2001, the Department of Magical Creatures established the Hedwig Wing of the St. Andrew's Owl Sanctuary, a protected forest where retired magical owls may fly free without enchantment or post-duty. Her feather, recovered from the wreckage by Kingsley Shacklebolt, was not used for wand-making, as some had feared, but encased in a crystal globe and displayed in the Ministry's Hall of Magical Familiars. Harry himself, when asked in later years why he never acquired a new owl, reportedly said, "She was more than a post bird. She was there when I needed someone, before I even knew what that meant." Among Muggle-born students, Hedwig became a quiet symbol of transition, of the moment magic became real, and the world became wider. Many cited the moment she first appeared in the Great Hall as the one that made them believe they truly belonged. In magical literature, her name has become shorthand for purity in magical companionship. Young witches and wizards writing in their journals often end messages to the unknown with, "Sent to Hedwig, in the sky. A flight remembered." There are no official portraits of Hedwig at Hogwarts, perhaps because none are needed. She lives in every owl's silent descent. In every message folded by trembling fingers. In every child's eyes when they see a scroll land gently in front of them. She is remembered not in words, but in wings. And though her fall came without warning, her flight, her long, faithful flight, remains unmatched in the hearts of magical Britain. To the untrained eye, an owl is just an owl or a silent bird with large eyes and a nocturnal disposition. But in the wizarding world, owls are more than mere creatures of habit and instinct, they are magically attuned beings, shaped by centuries of coexistence with spellcasters. From common post owls to rare and elusive arcane breeds, the magical species of owl found across the wizarding world are as varied as magic itself. Classification of magical owls. Magizoologists, particularly those within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, subsection Avian Familiar Studies, classify owls into three broad categories. Natural owls, non-magical, mundane species capable of being enchanted but lacking inherent magical properties, e.g., tawny owl, barn owl. Magically attuned owls, naturally non-magical but have developed magical sensitivity over generations due to exposure to spellwork and wizarding environments. True magical owl species, owls born with innate magical traits such as spell resistance, enhanced cognition, or minor abilities such as cloaking, messaging without scrolls, or weather adaptation. Let us now explore the most commonly known species within each category, with an emphasis on those used in Hogwarts and broader British magical society. Natural owls common in magical use. Tawny owl 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 luco. Temperament. Loyal, gentle, slightly skittish under pressure. Flight range, medium. Notable traits, most frequently used school owl, easy to train and generally sociable. Notes, despite their lack of magical traits, tawny owls respond exceptionally well to enchantment. Particularly popular among Hufflepuff students and first years. A tawny owl named Nimble once delivered letters for Hogwarts for 37 years before retiring. Barn owl, Tyto alba. Temperament, friendly but fussy, dislikes noisy environments. Flight range, medium-long. Notable traits, particularly strong navigational instincts. Notes, one of the most common owls in the UK, the barn owl is a staple of magical post-delivery. Slightly more fragile than tawny owls and sensitive to magical interference, though excellent in clear airspace. Eurasian eagle owl, Bubo bubo. Temperament: proud, aggressive, highly intelligent. Flight range: very long. Notable traits: large size allows them to carry heavier parcels, fierce loyalty once bonded. Notes: often used by pureblood families for statement purposes. Malfoy's owl was a prime example of the breed. Can be temperamental if not handled with respect. Magically attuned owl species. These species have been exposed to magical environments for so long that they've developed traits and instincts superior to their non-magical counterparts. Hearthwing owl, hybrid Barn-Tawny variant. Temperament: calm, nurturing, very protective of young wizards. Flight range: medium. Notable traits: instinctively flies to emotionally distressed senders, feathers glow faintly when delivering messages tied to love or grief. History: bred by Helga Hufflepuff's apprentices in the 11th century, many school owls descend from this line. 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 owl. Temperament: elusive, quiet, observant. Flight range: very long. Notable traits: can navigate through light veil magic and minor invisibility charms, trained to deliver mail to hidden or unplottable locations. Use case: favored by secretive organizations and unspeakables, believed to have been used during the war by members of the Order of the Phoenix. Grey feather owl. Temperament: serene, distant, difficult to train. Flight range: moderate. Notable traits: appears only in times of deep mourning or to deliver messages related to death, rumored to sense recent loss. Cultural note: considered sacred in parts of northern Scotland and among wandless wizarding communities in Eastern Europe. True magical owl species. These are owls born with active magical properties, either genetically or through natural magical mutation. They are rare, heavily protected, and often bonded for life with a single witch or wizard. Mooncrest owl. Temperament: gentle, shy, avoids crowds. Flight range: long. Magical traits: feathers shimmer under moonlight, allowing for natural cloaking. Able to carry messages across time zones without confusion. Notes: extremely rare. One known specimen belonged to a divination professor at Castelo in Brazil. Hogwarts has not hosted a mooncrest in over 2 centuries. Shadowpin owl. Temperament: silent and highly intelligent, communicates through dream sending in rare cases. Flight range: infinite, theoretically. Magical traits: capable of bypassing protective enchantments via spectral movement. Cannot be traced once in flight. Warnings: sometimes associated with dark wizards due to their ghostly appearance and affinity for secrecy. However, shadowpins are not inherently malevolent. Historical record: one delivered messages during the Goblin rebellions on behalf of neutral wizard diplomats. No more than 10 have ever been officially registered. Ashfeather owl. Temperament: loyal to the point of self-sacrifice. Flight range: moderate. Magical traits: can survive spells that would injure most owls. Has been observed returning from partial disintegration by rebuilding itself in ash clouds, hence the name. Famous bond: one belonged to a Slytherin student who used it to survive during the First Wizarding War. The owl was later immortalized in the Black Tower stained glass window at Durmstrang. Hybrid and crossbreed owls. Hybrid owls are increasingly common, especially among magical families seeking familiars with both practical flight traits and minor magical enhancements. Frostbeak owl, snowy plus mooncrest hybrid, feathers glint pale blue, resistant to cold spells, favored in Scandinavian wizarding communities. Stormrider owl, eagle plus 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 cross, thrives in high winds, often employed by island-dwelling witches. Dunfeather owl, smaller, docile breed used in wizarding schools in Asia for message practice among children. Notably chatty, often mimicking the sound of nearby voices. All magical hybrids must be registered with the Department of Experimental Breeding under the 1965 Magical Avian Crossbreeding Accord. The Ministry remains vigilant for unethical breeding practices, especially among black market breeders who attempt to enhance owl aggression or invisibility. Owls and wand lore, a tangential mystery. Though owl feathers are not used in wand cores, unlike phoenix tail feathers, unicorn hair, or dragon heartstring, they do carry residual magic. Wand makers often caution against handling owl feathers around freshly cut wand wood, as the emotional energy held in the feathers, especially if the owl is bonded, may interfere with core calibration. That said, feathers from deceased magical owls are sometimes preserved for memory enchantments, particularly in mourning rituals. In rare cases, their feathers are woven into memorial tapestries or bound into legacy scrolls designed to carry a last message to a loved one posthumously, using the sender's magical echo. A sky full of magic. From their varied breeds and temperaments to their arcane gifts and quirks, magical owls remain one of the most diverse and emotionally bonded creature groups in the wizarding world. They serve not because they are compelled, but because they are trusted. Some deliver love. Others deliver news, warnings, or farewells. But each owl carries more than just ink and parchment. They carry the weight of the magical world's oldest bond, between the unseen and the understood. They do not speak, but they know. And for those who learn to listen, every feather tells a story. Though owls may soar silently through the sky and vanish into the night as if born of pure instinct, the reality behind their magical precision is far more deliberate. Breeding and training magical owls is an intricate art, part spellcraft, part caretaking, part symbiotic partnership, that has developed over centuries. A properly raised magical owl does not merely obey. It chooses. It trusts. And it delivers with a commitment that borders on the sacred. While some witches and wizards inherit owls passed down through families, most magical households, particularly those of first-generation or Muggle-born students, acquire trained owls from certified breeders or public owl posts. These birds are neither common nor cheap. Magical owls must be reared in enchanted environments, exposed to spell work, socialized with humans, and given time to develop both magical resistance and mental resilience. This chapter traces the fascinating journey from hatchling to high-flight messenger, and the witches, wizards, and bloodlines that have elevated magical owl breeding into both a science and an art. The early breeders, feather lines, and founders. The first known magical owl breeder was Helga Hufflepuff's apprentice, a beast keeper named Kylin Marshroot, who developed the Hearthwing line, see Chapter 13. Marshroot's breeding farm, located in the southern highlands of Scotland, used ambient earth magic to stabilize owl temperament and build resistance to winter magic. The owls were hand-fed by spell, allowing early bonding with magical energy before interacting with humans. Over the centuries, several notable bloodlines of owl breeders emerged. The Claventail family. Based in Northumberland, they bred long-range frost-resistant owls favored by Hogwarts and the Daily Prophet. Their owls were known for impeccable nighttime navigation and calm temperament under duress. The last surviving Claventail descendant, Talia Claventail, now serves as an advisor to the Owl Post Authority. The Mistwing Guild. A collective of magical naturalists and breeders who emphasized owl autonomy and emotional intelligence. Credited with developing bonding rituals still used today in wandless wizarding communities. Disbanded in 1832 after internal disagreements over spellbound obedience techniques. Magical owl hatcheries. Certified magical owl hatcheries are among the most secure and carefully warded environments in the magical world. They must pass quarterly inspections by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and no owl may be sold or gifted until it has passed flight certification trials. Its magical response to enchantment exposure is within acceptable bounds. It demonstrates basic obedience to delivery, return, and evasion commands. Each hatchery is required to provide emotional enrichment, often through ambient charms or magical lullabies. Allow owlets to observe elder owls in flight and delivery. Rotate wand exposure rituals, which help familiarize young owls with magical surges. Hatchlings are sorted by breed, aptitude, and temperament. Particularly strong flyers may be directed to post-service or ministry use. Emotionally sensitive owls are often offered to students or as therapy animals for spell trauma recovery. Training. From fledgling to familiar. Owl training is conducted in 3 stages, often beginning as early as 6 to 8 weeks post-hatch. Stage I, flight and familiarization, focuses on muscle development, atmospheric pressure resistance, and orientation. Owls are gently introduced to levitation magic, wind charms, and disillusionment fields to prepare for magical interference. Trainers often wear dampening gloves to prevent overstimulation during physical contact. Stage II, message handling, teaches owls to distinguish between message types: scroll, parchment, enchanted object. Scrolls are tagged with aroma enchantments or minor glamour, so owls learn to prioritize messages, e.g., red parchment equals urgent. Training includes obstacle course flight, decoy recipient detection, and basic anti-interception flight patterns. Stage 3, bonding and return. The final stage involves assigning the owl to a handler or conducting the bonding ritual if the owl is to be sold. Return recognition is key. Owls are trained to know when and where to fly back using aural anchors, magical threads that link a location or person to the owl's memory. Bonded owls can sense danger, illness, or distress in their partner. This connection is strengthened over time. Hogwarts trained owl keepers and several independent schools, notably Weatherby's Academy for Magical Creatures, specialize in this final phase of training. The bonding ritual. Bonding a magical owl is a sacred process. It is not about ownership, but mutual recognition. The bonding ritual, traditionally performed at dusk, consists of 3 parts. The eye meeting, a quiet moment where the witch or wizard must lock eyes with the owl for 7 seconds. The owl chooses whether to remain or turn away. If it turns away twice, the bond fails. The feather marking, a single molted feather is laid across a spell circle by the recipient. The owl must then voluntarily place a claw upon the mark. This binds the owl to the recipient's magical aura. The first flight, the owl flies from the bonding perch and returns. If it circles once and lands, the bond is complete. If it flies and perches elsewhere, the bond may be incomplete or temporary. Owl bondings are taken seriously. Some magical families conduct these rituals in private chapels or glades. Others invite the entire household to witness the moment. Bonded owls have been known to protect their humans during battle, warn them of emotional danger, and even refuse delivery if they sense ill intent in the sender. Modern challenges and ethical concerns. With the rise of mass owl use in commerce and education, several ethical challenges have emerged. Overbreeding in some commercial hatcheries has led to fragile, emotionally unstable owls, unable to cope with magical overload. Forced bonding, illegal since 1968, is still practiced in some underground breeding rings, where owls are subjected to imperious-like control spells. Postal overwork, especially during exam season and holidays, often leave school owls exhausted. Hogwarts owl keepers have since adopted rest rotation cycles to prevent burnout. Organizations like the Society for the Protection of Avian Magicals, SPAM, have advocated for mandatory owl rest days, enrichment charms, and limiters on parcel weight. On the brighter side, many breeders now incorporate free flight intervals, spell-protected nesting grounds, and wellness monitoring charms in training regimens. Some owl trainers, like renowned breeder Pippa Draley, even teach owls to detect and avoid cursed parchment and respond to positive emotions in their recipient. A partnership in magic. In the end, a well-bred, well-trained magical owl is not a servant. It is a partner in communication, a quiet sentinel in the sky, a creature of loyalty and grace. For every letter delivered, there is an invisible bond behind it, between the one who writes and the one who flies. They are born not only to deliver, but to listen, to return. And somewhere, far above the towers of Hogwarts or the steeples of Diagon Alley, there is always one in flight, carrying more than words. Carrying trust. To most muggles, an owl is silent. To some wizards, it is obedient. But to those who have truly listened, really listened, an owl is neither mute nor mindless. It speaks in silence, in motion, in air, Owls are among the most emotionally attuned magical creatures in Britain, communicating not through words, but through a language of movement, sound, magic, and intention. This chapter explores that language, what magizoologists call feather speech, and the ways in which owls forge relationships, express warning or affection, and transmit more than just parchment and quill-written letters. The foundations of feather speech. Feather speech is the term used to describe the combination of vocalizations, feather position, talon tapping, wing posture, and magical resonance owls use to express themselves. While magical owls cannot speak human language, they do convey complex feelings and information using this non-verbal system. According to the Department of Magical Creature Studies, feather speech falls into 4 main categories. Emotive reflects the owl's current feelings, trust, fear, loyalty, annoyance. Directive expresses intent, ready to deliver, need rest, unwilling to obey. Environmental responds to magical auras, weather conditions, or enchantments. Inter-owl social communication between owls, especially during roosting or shared flight. The full vocabulary of owl communication is still not entirely understood. However, skilled handlers and bonded humans often learn to interpret specific behaviors with surprising accuracy. Common owl expressions and what they mean. Feather ruffle and puffing. A light puff, contentment, particularly after receiving food or praise. Full body ruffle, irritation, often in response to being overhandled or ignored. Partial puff, no sound, sensing an unfamiliar magical aura nearby. Head tilting. Rightward tilt, curiosity or skepticism. Leftward tilt, mild affection or recognition. Rapid alternating tilts, information processing or confusion. Hedwig, for example, often tilted her head slightly leftward when observing Harry quietly, especially during his more introspective moments, an early sign of her emotional receptiveness. Talon tapping. 3 taps, readiness to fly. Tap pause tap, agitation, often used during delayed deliveries. Continuous tapping on a hard surface, danger nearby, this behavior has saved multiple lives in the field. Wing movements. Slight wing lift, asking for space or signaling need to launch. One wing stretch, casual comfort, often in roosting owls. Full spread without lift. Defensive, warning another owl or a perceived threat. During the Tri-Wizard tournament, Harry observed that his owl Hedwig often partially opened her wings when Rita Skeeter's articles arrived, an unmistakable expression of silent disapproval. Vocalizations. Though many owls are silent flyers, they do produce a range of subtle sounds. Low hoot, comfort or readiness. Sharp screech, alarm. Clicking beak, displeasure or warning. Soft chuffing, affection, often expressed during preening. Barn owls, notably, are more vocal than eagle owls. Snowy owls, like Hedwig, are often near silent except when deeply distressed or actively defying a command. Magical empathy and emotional translation. Magical owls exhibit a rare form of emotional resonance, sometimes classified as passive empathic bonding. This allows them to intuit basic human emotional states, especially from bonded handlers. A study by Wandlaw researcher Greta Maywald found that bonded owls can sense grief before the onset of tears, detect betrayal or deceit in letters, refusing to carry some, in rare cases, react to illness or magical burnout by vocalizing distress. This ability is not telepathy, but an instinctual response to magical aura shifts. An owl that has been with its witch or wizard for more than 1 year often begins to mirror their energy in subtle ways, responding to tone, posture, and even intent. In magical folklore, owls are sometimes believed to absorb excess emotional energy from their handlers, explaining why some students describe feeling calmer after sending a letter via owl. While unproven, the theory is supported by centuries of anecdotal evidence. Communication between owls. Owl colonies, such as those in the Hogwarts Owlery, operate under an unspoken social order largely governed by feather speech. Among school owls, dominant owls roost at the highest perches and initiate group flight. Disputes are resolved through low growls, space-claiming wing spreads, and silent standoffs, not through violence. Roost sharing is a rare sign of inter-owl affection, usually observed between siblings or lifelong companions. School owl Maplewing, for example, was known to share her perch with a smaller owl named Pib for several years. When Maplewing returned, L creatures coursework. Professor Grubbleplank, who once substituted for Hagrid, introduced the concept of silent greeting, approaching an owl with lowered gaze, arms folded, and no extended wand, to students in their 4th year. She once told her class, "Owls don't listen with their ears, and they don't think like you do. But if you give them silence, they'll hear your meaning better than most humans ever could." While first-year students are not expected to master owl communication, they are taught basic respect gestures, such as not approaching a roosting owl from behind, or never touching a school owl's talons without offering a treat or message band. Advanced students, especially those bonding with personal owls, often report learning unique private languages, a rhythm of taps, glances, and movements that only they and their owl understand. The final word, spoken without voice. For magical society, the owl's message is often ink on parchment. But to those who know better, the real message is in the moment before flight, the look, the posture, the unspoken bond that passes between eyes. Their language is not for dictation. It cannot be recorded on howler or scroll. But it is deeply known by those who've sat in the owlery at night, heart-aching, and watched a bird pause, just a moment, before vanishing into the stars. Because to understand an owl is not to teach it your language. It is to remember how to hear silence. In the wizarding world, owls are not just post carriers or companions. They are emblems. Their breed, behavior, and even the quality of their feathers have long been interpreted as indicators of family status, wealth, magical heritage, and social philosophy. From the sleek eagle owls of aristocratic pureblood families to the battered school owls shared among working-class students, the presence, or absence, of an owl often says as much about the sender as the message itself. This chapter examines the role owls play as reflections of class and social identity across Wizarding Britain. The aristocratic owl, or a status symbol. For centuries, prominent wizarding families have bred and showcased rare and powerful owl species, treating them as extensions of their household prestige. Among the most notable, the Malfoy eagle owl. Immense in size and richly feathered, the Malfoy family eagle owl delivered messages bearing custom wax seals and scent enchantments. Its feathers were combed with lunar oil, a luxury reserved for elite magical creatures. Known for flying in straight, aggressive lines and refusing to land for anyone but the recipient, the owl was seen as a symbol of control and lineage, qualities the Malfoys prized. The Black family screech owl lineage. The House of Black maintained a tradition of gifting newborns a screech owl familiar. These owls were often bred within the family or obtained through elite bloodline breeders. According to the Black family ledger, these owls were taught from hatching to respond only to Black family blood. Some refused to carry messages for Muggleborns or half-bloods entirely. The Rosier frost feathers. The Rosier family, known for their dark affiliations, prized white and silver owl hybrids known for silent flight and emotionally detached behavior. Their owls often bore enchanted collars embedded with familial crest runes. Among such families, owl presentation was, and in some cases, still is, a performance. Delivery owls would often be charmed to arrive during public meals or events to demonstrate status. Owls trained to bow, hover, or vocalize noble titles were not uncommon in the upper echelons of wizarding society. The working-class wizard's owl. By contrast, owls in working-class and lower-income magical homes were generally chosen for practicality, endurance, and affordability over prestige. The Weasley family's owl, Derrel. Perhaps the most beloved example is Errol, the ancient great grey owl belonging to the Weasley family. Overworked, nearsighted, and prone to dramatic crash landings, Errol became a symbol of the family's resourcefulness and of their inability to afford a newer owl. Despite his condition, Errol had a remarkable delivery record and was fiercely loyal. His condition highlighted the financial strain faced by many magical families trying to balance dignity with necessity. Many magical families shared public post owls through local owl posts or community roosts. In villages like 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, magical neighbors often pooled resources to care for communal owls. Such arrangements fostered strong inter-family bonds and allowed even those without personal owls to communicate reliably. At Hogwarts, students from these backgrounds typically relied on school owls. These birds, while unglamorous, were well-trained and treated equally in school systems. One of the few places where class divisions were temporarily blurred. Shared owls and public services. In addition to school and private post, Wizarding Society maintains a network of public owl services, which provide access to trained owls for those who cannot afford to own or maintain one. These include owl posts in Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, and Godric's Hollow, where customers pay per delivery. Subscription-based services offering delivery for letters but not parcels. Apprentice-friendly scroll discounts, allowing Hogwarts students to send limited messages during holidays. Some critics have argued that access to magical communication still reflects larger inequities. Families without private owls are at a disadvantage when sending urgent or confidential messages, especially in rural areas with no local owl posts. During the Second Wizarding War, several families lost contact with loved ones due to owl shortages and unmonitored flight paths. The Feather Access Reform Bill of 2005, introduced by a post-war coalition led by Hermione Granger, sought to ensure owl access was considered a basic magical utility, akin to want and schooling. It included grants for community owl hatcheries and the expansion of magical owl post offices in underserved regions. Cultural bias and breed preference. Just as certain wandwoods carry reputations, owl breeds carry unspoken judgments among magical communities. For example, barn owls are sometimes seen as common or pedestrian by elitist families. Snowy owls, like Hedwig, were briefly associated with rebellion and romanticism following Harry Potter's rise. Pygmy owls are often viewed as decorative or frivolous, though their intelligence rivals that of larger breeds. During the First Wizarding War, Voldemort's inner circle was rumored to favor eagle owls for their predatory dominance, further stigmatizing the breed for a generation. Conversely, post-war magical activism began celebrating rescue owls and mixed-breed birds, pushing back against bloodline snobbery in the avian world. In magical satire publications, cartoon strips featured noble families shocked by the arrival of a barn owl in broad daylight, exaggerating the obsession with owl class distinctions. The strips often ended with punchlines like, "Next you'll say he arrived without a seal." Hogwarts as a social equalizer. At Hogwarts, the owlery serves as one of the few spaces where class, house, and blood status momentarily vanish. School owls deliver with equal grace to pureblood scions and muggleborns alike. Hedwig herself, though rare and stunning, was never elevated above the other owls in her duties. She flew for purpose, not prestige. Professor McGonagall once remarked in passing, "The owls know better than any of us how to judge a student's worth. They deliver, no matter who writes the letter." In subtle ways, the owlery becomes a kind of magical commons, neutral ground where parchment, not pedigree, matters most. A mirror in flight. Owls may not understand human hierarchies, but they have long been used to reinforce, or challenge, them. They carry messages, yes, but also legacies. Assumptions. Dreams. An owl's feathers might be burnished with gold or ruffled with wind. It might bow or stumble, glide silently or screech its defiance. And through those traits, the wizarding world sees itself, its old divisions, its changing hopes, and its quiet rebellions. Whether noble or humble, the owl carries one universal truth across the sky. Every voice, if sent, deserves to be heard. To a witch or wizard, an owl arriving at the breakfast table with a letter in its beak is a routine, an often cherished, moment. To a muggle, it is unthinkable, terrifying, bizarre, even, in some cases, demonic. The magical and non-magical worlds have long viewed owls through entirely different lenses. One reverent, the other often suspicious. And nowhere is that contrast more obvious than in the delivery of magical messages. This chapter explores the social, cultural, and even superstitious divergences between the wizarding and Muggle worlds in how owls are perceived, treated, and understood. Muggle folklore, omens and portents. In Muggle culture, owls have historically been viewed as creatures of mystery, but not always with admiration. Across many regions and centuries, owls have been associated with death. In European folklore, an owl's hoot near a house foretold a family death. Witchcraft. During the witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries, Muggles often believed owls were witches' familiars or demonic spies. Ill omens. In rural Britain and parts of Eastern Europe, owls appearing at windows or roosting near churches were considered signs of misfortune. While these superstitions were largely exaggerated or manipulated for political purposes, they shaped Muggle attitudes toward owls for generations. Even today, some Muggles refer to owls as night ghosts or graveyard watchers. This cultural bias made the arrival of Hogwarts letters by owl an especially disorienting experience for many Muggle-born students. The first letter, Muggle Encounters with Magical Owls. When a Muggle-born witch or wizard turns 11, the first contact from the magical world often comes not through a human envoy, but through an owl. These initial owl visits are carefully managed by the Office of Muggle Relations, a small division within the Department of Magical Education. Protocols include releasing the owl at twilight, when most urban neighbors are indoors. Enchanting the letter to hover near the door or windowsill rather than force entry. Warding the owl with soft step charms to prevent audible landings. Even with precautions, the results are mixed. According to office records, roughly 31% of first contact owls are mistaken for injured birds or pests. 12% are met with fear, including calls to pest control services or even local constables. 8% result in attempts to keep the owl as a pet. The remaining 49% are successful deliveries, either the recipient retrieves the letter directly or the owl remains long enough for ministry follow-up. Famous Muggle-born witches and wizards have shared their own owl post anecdotes. Hermione Granger reportedly screamed, then apologized profusely to the owl, whom she offered toast and tea. Dean Thomas's mother locked the owl in a broom cupboard until it was released by a ministry liaison. Terry Boot's neighbors believed the owl was a government drone and took photographs, requiring obliviator intervention. These experiences have led to increasing use of human-delivered Hogwarts letters for Muggle-born students in high-density areas. However, tradition persists in many regions, and some first years treasure the story of when the owl came. The Dursleys and the Siege of Letters. Perhaps the most well-known owl encounter involving Muggles is that of the Dursley family, whose treatment of magical post and owls was both extreme and illustrative. In the summer of 1991, after intercepting and destroying Harry Potter's initial Hogwarts letters, the Dursleys experienced a minister-recorded avian surge event. More than 30 owls attempted to deliver the same letter over a 5-day period. The birds came through windows, down chimneys, under doors, and once through the exhaust pipe of a vacuum cleaner. This event, nicknamed the Owl Siege of Surrey, is still studied in magical ethics and concealment classes. While ministry officials ultimately allowed the owls to proceed due to the Dursleys' non-compliance, the event caused several disturbances, including a Muggle radio report about unusual urban owl activity, suspicion of local children playing pranks with fake birds, a brief power outage attributed to an owl dislodging a transformer wire. It remains one of the rare cases where the magical world opted not to obscure an incident, instead relying on Muggle denial and distraction to let the moment pass. Cultural dissonance, pets versus partners. In the Muggle world, owls are rarely considered domestic animals. They are birds of prey, best admired from afar. In some countries, keeping an owl without a license is illegal, and even licensed owls cannot be used for delivery or companionship. This is in stark contrast to the wizarding world, where owls are regarded not as pets, but as partners. They are honored in schools, woven into crests and folklore, and even given legal protections under the Scroll and Feather Acts, see Chapter 8. Muggle-raised students often need time to adjust. First-year Hogwarts instructors report. Students attempting to feed owls cheese or human snacks. Students speaking to owls as they would dogs or cats. Students startled when owls seem to understand without being told. Professor Flitwick once recounted a moment when a Muggle-born Ravenclaw asked if their owl needed a cage or a charging station. Bridging the divide, education and integration. To ease transitions for Muggle-born students, Hogwarts includes an optional orientation during the first week called Owl Etiquette and Familiar Care. Topics include how to safely approach and offer messages, why owls don't bark, meow, or need collars, the basics of owl body language and post-flight care. Muggle parents are also offered pamphlets through liaison officers, covering common topics such as why is there an owl in my kitchen? Feathers, droppings, and delivery schedules, what to expect. You can't keep the owl, understanding magical mail protocol. Despite initial confusion, many Muggle families eventually come to see Owl Post as magical and endearing. Some even request additional owl letters for special occasions, an accommodation Hogwarts grants under limited circumstances. The owl as cultural ambassador. Beyond mail and school letters, the owl has become a kind of informal ambassador of magic to the Muggle world. It is, for many, the first magical creature they ever meet. It flies without instruction. It looks them in the eye. It waits, not for applause, but for understanding. It is no coincidence that owls appear on the covers of Hogwarts acceptance letters, house textbooks, and even some ministry insignia. They are symbols of transition, of the moment a Muggle-born child becomes a part of something larger. Not everyone understands. But some do. And sometimes, in the early hours of a quiet morning, a Muggle woman might remember the owl that landed on her windowsill with a letter that changed her child's life. She might smile. She might whisper thank you. And the owl, wherever it is, might just hear it. For all their grace and loyalty, owls have always had one vulnerability: they obey the message, not the law. And where laws are bent, broken, or simply ignored, owls, like all magical instruments, can be turned. From black market scrolls in Nocturne Alley to encrypted deliveries across war-torn Europe, owls have played an unexpected and often unacknowledged role in the murky underworld of magical communication. This chapter uncovers the lesser-known history of owls in subversive magic, criminal networks, and organized resistance. It is a tale of shadows and feathers, where loyalty flies faster than the law. Early roots, forbidden letters and subversive scrolls. The first known use of owls for illegal messaging dates back to the 15th century, during a period when magical censorship was enforced by the short-lived Council of Magical Orthodoxy. Witches and wizards who dared question institutional doctrine often turned to owls to circulate banned ideas. Among the first documented owl arrests, yes, owl arrests, was a barn owl named Mareth, captured in 1432 after delivering a set of runes promoting non-bloodline magical education. Mareth's refusal to return to her handler was later cited in 𝑺𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑 testimony, one of the few recorded cases of an owl resisting a magical bond. From that era forward, a quiet network emerged: owl breeders, handlers, and rogue writers who understood that the owl could carry not just messages, but movements. The Black Quill Ring. In the 1800s, during the height of Aura crackdowns on unauthorized spellcraft, a group known as the Black Quill Ring emerged in southern England. This network of underground magical scholars and potion brewers used owls to deliver banned potions manuals, experimental hexcraft theories, early drafts of magical equality treatises later adopted by the progressive movement. The group was known for using mirror-winged owls, a rare hybrid bred for high-altitude flight and spectral evasion. Their messages were disguised inside hollowed quills or scrolls coated with hex-resistant ink. When the ministry finally infiltrated the ring in 1879, it was discovered that one owl, known only as 𝒍𝒆𝒆𝒑, had made over 200 successful deliveries without detection. 𝒍𝒆𝒆 was later freed into the Scottish Highlands, where she reportedly returned to deliver one final, unsigned scroll to a Hogwarts professor. The message? A single phrase. Ideas do not burn. Cursed deliveries and owl ward evasion. As magic darkened in the 20th century, so too did owl usage. During both wizarding wars, the owl underground took on more dangerous forms. Owl ward evasion. Dark wizards developed spells designed to trick owls into bypassing wards or protections, known as false trace charms. These confused an owl's magical targeting sense, allowing cursed letters to be delivered as if from a trusted source. In response, the Ministry deployed reverse pulse wards, a defensive spell that would bounce misrouted owls to Ministry-holding towers for inspection. Still, no system was foolproof. Bloodletter scrolls. These cursed scrolls would trigger a minor bloodletting hex when opened. Usually minor, occasionally fatal. The Death Eaters were suspected of sending these to known Muggleborns in 1997 under the guise of reconciliation letters. Several owl post stations were destroyed after unknowingly passing these items through. In the underground owl trade, it became standard practice to pass letters through black sand filters, enchanted sifting screens that detect unstable magical intent in scrolls. The Order of the Phoenix and the Double Flight Protocol. Even resistance movements have relied on the owl underground. The Order of the Phoenix, especially during Voldemort's return, made heavy use of unregistered owls to pass messages between safe houses. In 1996, they adopted the Double Flight Protocol. Message Owl 1, a decoy, sent with false or innocuous text. Message Owl 2, a secondary owl trailing behind in magical disillusionment, carrying the real message. This protocol saved the lives of multiple Order members after a known spy intercepted an owl meant for Kingsley Shacklebolt. The decoy message read, "Quidditch can sell." Of the Hogshead during the war. Modern black market owl use. Even in peacetime, owl misuse continues. The Ministry maintains a list of banned owl-related practices, including scroll encryption via blood charm, illegal without consent of the recipient. Owl bond interference spells, used to force an owl to bond to a new handler. Flight fade enchantments, make an owl's flight invisible, highly restricted. Underground owl couriers still operate in Nocturne Alley, the Balkans, and remote Scottish archipelagos. They deliver cursed objects, illegally modified potions, unregistered portkeys. The going rate for a no-questions-asked owl delivery within Britain is 20 galleons, with higher rates for untouchable flights, those that pass through Ministry wards without detection. In 2014, the Ministry raided a warehouse in Birmingham containing more than 50 trained owls, all kept in magically preserved dormancy. The operation, dubbed Featherfall, uncovered a black market correspondence ring with ties to illegal wand makers and cursed item smugglers. The ethical dilemma: are owls complicit? One of the most debated topics in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is whether owls involved in criminal delivery should be treated as tools or accomplices. While no court has ever convicted an owl of magical crime, certain cases have led to the enforced retirement of birds used in repeated dark deliveries. Critics argue this is unjust, as owls cannot interpret the morality of their messages. Others believe that highly magical owls may exhibit enough awareness to know when they are being misused, and could refuse delivery. A 2018 Hogwarts study found that 33% of owls exposed to dark enchantments on scrolls displayed increased signs of agitation, reduced appetite, and defensive behavior. Some retired owls refused to carry even unenchanted scrolls afterward. A message, no matter the wings. At its core, the owl underground is a reflection of a painful truth: communication is power. And power, especially magical power, will always attract both light and shadow. Owls have carried manifestos and manifest curses, declarations of love and threats of death, banned ideas and desperate pleas. They do not choose the message, but they choose to fly. And in doing so, they carry not only parchment and ink, but the burdens and the hopes of a world still learning how to use its voice. The Battle of Hogwarts may have marked the end of open warfare in Wizarding Britain, but the feathers of that war continued to drift long after the last spell was cast. Among the unsung participants in the conflict were the owls, loyal carriers of secret messages, warning signs, family farewells, and coded resistance. In the years that followed, as the Wizarding world rebuilt itself, so too did its relationship with owls. Owl culture, once rigid, steeped in tradition, and layered with class expectations, entered a new phase, one of reflection, accessibility, and reform. A shift in sentiment, owls as war veterans. In the wake of the Second Wizarding War, public perception of owls transformed. Where once they had been seen primarily as tools of communication, they were now regarded with reverence, recognized for the critical roles they played in wartime efforts. Ministry reports indicate that over 2,000 owls were either lost, injured, or retired during the conflict due to exposure to cursed scrolls, exhaustion from long-haul resistance flights, magical trauma from spell fields and ambushes. In 1999, a year after Voldemort's fall, the Wand and Feather Memorial Garden was inaugurated behind the rebuilt ministry. At its center stood a bronze owl statue in mid-flight, wings wide, clutching a scroll that bore no seal. The inscription reads, "To those who carried our voices when we could not speak." Owls were no longer silent symbols, they had become veterans in their own right. Hedwig's legacy. Perhaps no owl better symbolized the bond between wizard and bird than Hedwig, Harry Potter's snowy owl, who was tragically killed during the Battle of the Seven Potters. Her death was mourned across magical Britain, not only because she belonged to the boy who lived, but because she represented every creature that had risked flight for the sake of truth. Hedwig's image was added to Hogwarts curriculum pamphlets, wizarding textbooks, and memorial broadsheets. Her story became a parable for the sacredness of magical bonds, the cost of resistance, the dignity of all magical creatures. The Hedwig Memorial Owl Sanctuary was established in 2001 by Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood, offering medical care, refuge, and retirement for owls too injured or traumatized to continue working. Legislative changes, the Scroll Rights Act. Prompted by public sentiment and activism from magical creature advocates, the ministry passed the Scroll Rights Act of 2003, a sweeping reform bill that redefined how owls could be used, treated, and retired. Key provisions included mandated rest periods for any owl making more than 12 flights in a 48-hour span, outlawing of high-pressure bonded flight contracts, particularly in black market post networks. Required enchantment transparency, meaning all scrolls must be inscribed with detection wards that reveal curses, coercion, or illegal bonding spells. Retirement benefits for long-serving owls, including magical veterinary care and eligibility for sanctuary placement. The Act also created a new branch within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Office of Owl Welfare, OOW, tasked with overseeing breeder inspections, owl post licensing, and emergency flight rescues. Technological tensions, owls versus magic tech. As magical innovation advanced in the post-war years, the rise of magic tech messaging systems, MMS, wand-based instant communication charms, posed a cultural dilemma. Would owls become obsolete? The answer, for now, is no. Though fast and convenient, MMS has significant limitations. It lacks encryption, making it vulnerable to magical eavesdropping. It requires wand availability and attunement, excluding underage students or squibs. It cannot deliver physical objects, such as gifts, official documents, or enchanted items. Most importantly, owls are still trusted. There is something deeply reassuring in watching a bird descend with a scroll in its talons, untouched by artifice, unmoved by urgency. In many ways, the post-war generation has clung to owl post not despite its old-fashioned nature, but because of it. That said, hybrid systems have emerged. Smart scrolls can link with wand alerts upon delivery. Location charms now track owl progress for worried parents. Privacy wards attached to owl talons ensure scrolls are readable only by the intended recipient. Even Hedwig's Legacy Sanctuary now uses such technology, proving that reverence for tradition and acceptance of progress can, when done wisely, fly side by side. Hogwarts and the new owlery. After the war, the Hogwarts owlery was one of the first facilities to be repaired. Expanded and renovated under the guidance of Professor Grublerplank and caretaker Filch, the new owlery included heated roosting perches for aging owls, magical grooming wards for injured wings, a separate rookery for wild rescue owls, many of whom became classroom companions. Every year, a first-year owl flight ceremony is held during the first week of school, where students write a scroll to themselves and send it by owl, only for it to return at year's end, unread. It is a ritual of growth, hope, and the constancy of the birds who fly beside them. New cultural roles, the owl as companion and counselor. Post-war literature, plays, and magical broadcasts have increasingly portrayed owls not just as carriers, but confidants. Novels like Wings in the Smoke and The Owl That Waited cast owls as spiritual guides, guardians, and metaphors for healing after trauma. Some magical therapists even use owls in silent counseling, a technique where patients bond with trauma recognition owls who mirror emotional states and respond to distress by posture or talon movement. The therapy is especially effective with war survivors, Muggleborns affected by discrimination, and werewolf integration clients. A generation that remembers. For those who lived through the war, owls remain more than messengers. They are memories. They are resilience. An old owl crossing the sky above Hogsmeade is no longer just a bird, it is a silent monument, a reminder of when the world nearly ended, and who kept speaking when voices were crushed. For the generation that followed, owls are both living history and everyday miracle. They are tradition redefined. And as one young student wrote on her end-of-year owl scroll, later archived in the owlery itself, even when the sky was broken, the owls still flew. That's how I knew the world could be fixed. For over 1,000 years, owls have carried the words of witches and wizards across forests, oceans, and battlefields. They have delivered school letters, secrets of state, invitations to duels, and declarations of love. They have flown in peace and war, in celebration and mourning, in winter and flame. And still, they fly. But as the magical world changes, the question must be asked, what lies ahead for these most trusted of companions? Will owls remain central to wizarding life? Or will they fade into memory as technology and convenience press forward? This final chapter explores the future of owl magic, where tradition, innovation, and imagination converge. Hybrid magic, augmenting the flight. Rather than replacing owls, many magical researchers now focus on augmenting them, making their work safer, faster, and more efficient. Flight path charms. Already in early trials, these charms allow bonded owls to fly faster through adverse conditions, automatically adjusting for wind shear, storm clouds, and magical interference. Scroll enchantment layers. Future scrolls may contain layered messages, where a surface letter is readable to the recipient, but an inner layer holds a second message visible only with a specific wand signature or spoken passphrase. This would allow two-way messaging via a single owl flight. Owl-delivered memory threads. Experimental charms by the Department of Magical Invention have made it possible for trained owls to deliver bottled pensive threads. These tiny glass vials, lightweight enough to be carried on a talon ring, allow for more immersive communication, replacing words with lived memory. Expanded roles, from post to purpose. Beyond mail, owls may find new places in magical society. Therapeutic companions. As post-war trauma research continues, owls trained in magical empathy could assist in treating children with magical suppression issues or adults recovering from spell trauma. Already, the Hedwig Sanctuary trains owls to assist at St. Mungo's in wards dedicated to magical shock and grief. Emergency response. Some owl breeds, notably ridge-wings and emberflights, are being trained to assist in magical emergencies. Their resistance to spell heat and noise makes them excellent for alerting hidden villages of incoming magical threats, delivering counter-curse scrolls to blocked flu regions, flying into disaster zones where wizards cannot operate. Owl ambassadors. With international magical cooperation on the rise, ministry liaisons have begun training multilingual owls capable of recognizing message origin sigils from dozens of magical governments. One such owl, Jinji, recently flew a message from the Japanese Ministry of Magic to the British Department of International Magical Cooperation across 2 continents and 5 secure checkpoints. Education and bonding innovations. At Hogwarts and other magical schools, owl bonding rituals are evolving. The first feather ceremony, piloted at Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, allows first years to temporarily bond with an owl for the term through shared spellcraft, after which both student and owl may choose to continue or part ways. Owl language electives have grown in popularity, allowing students to study feather speech in depth, interpreting emotion through movement, color patterning, and vocal cadence. Owlry Studies is being proposed as an OWL track subject, combining care of magical creatures, communication charms, and wizarding ethics. These changes reflect a shift from utility to mutuality. Owls are no longer seen as delivery birds, but magical partners with personalities, rights, and preferences. The rise of owl mythology. As owls move into the heart of magical society, their place in folklore and myth is growing. New wizarding fiction titles like The Feather Between Worlds and Owl's Eye, A Tale of Wandless Magic have become bestsellers. An opera titled Hedwig, Wings of Light debuted in Paris, blending music and enchantment to tell the story of one owl's journey through the war. Magical artists have begun crafting owl-linked wands, custom wands with cores drawn from feathers gifted voluntarily by bonded owls. These wands are rare, highly personalized, and said to deepen intuitive spell casting. Ethics and autonomy, a growing discourse. With the rise of magical creature rights movements, important questions are being raised. Should owls have the right to refuse a delivery? Can a bonded owl choose to unbond? Is it ethical to use owls for emotionally sensitive or dangerous communications? Witching youth groups like Featherkind advocate for consensual post, a model where owls are not expected to serve but to collaborate. They have pushed for reforms that ban night flights during breeding season, offer enchanted rest stones in all post towers, introduce a system of owl holidays tied to lunar rhythms. Critics say such measures go too far, but even older witches and wizards are beginning to see owls less as magical infrastructure and more as magical individuals. The eternal flight. In the end, it seems likely that owls will always have a place in the wizarding world, not because they are irreplaceable, but because they are trusted. Where wands channel magic, owls carry meaning. Where apparition takes a wizard from place to place, owls bridge hearts across distances. Where spellbooks record facts, owls deliver the things we cannot say in person. Our hopes, our fears, our last words, our first dreams. Even if magic changes, even if technology rises, even if fewer scrolls are sent by hand, there will always be a boy or girl, witch or wizard, looking up at the sky, waiting for the beat of wings. And there will always be a shape in the air, descending toward a windowsill. Silent, certain, and bearing the words that still matter most. And so, the owls rest. Perched in shadowed towers, their wings folded, their messages delivered. They've flown through wars, through silence, through candlelight and storm. They've carried love, fear, warnings, and wonder. And tonight, they carried you. If your eyes are still open, you've come a long way. You've heard the first owl's flight. You've followed secret scrolls through the dark. You've stood beneath the stars at Hogwarts and listened to the soft beat of wings that never needed applause. If this story brought you comfort, or if you were already asleep by now, go ahead and leave a like. It tells the owls they did well. And if you want to dream through more magical nights, you can always subscribe. There's always another story waiting. Another owl ready to fly. For now, let go of the day. Let your thoughts drift like feathers on air. You are safe. You are seen. You are carried. Good night from the owlery. We'll see you again, just beyond the moonlight. You're still drifting. Not fully asleep yet, are you? That's all right. Some dreams take longer to arrive. And some owls wait longer to fly. We've just spent a whole night gliding through the history of the owls. Through Hogwarts towers and ministry secrets. We've learned how they were enchanted, how they delivered forbidden letters during wars. How Hedwig became a symbol, and how even now, owls are treated not just as messengers, but as magical companions, healers, and heroes. They've flown through everything, and they've never stopped delivering. But just before we fully close the owlery door, I have one more story for you. It's shorter, quieter, but no less magical. It's the story of one little owl who waited, who had no scroll, no mission, no flight, until, one night, something changed. So if you're still with me, are barely awake, or just resting your eyes, let me tell you one last tale. The Owl Who Waited. An Owlery Chronicles bonus story. The owlery was quiet now. The rush of wings had faded. The scrolls were gone. Beneath the arches of the tower, only the wind stirred, brushing against stone, whispering through moss-softened cracks, and rattling the loose wooden beams where owls had perched for centuries. Among those perches, nestled high and half-forgotten, sat a small barn owl named Pip. He was younger than most. Soft, feathery around the face, with downy tufts that still curled at the tips. His eyes were wide and hopeful. He had a habit of blinking slowly, as if savoring every shadow, every sound. Pip had never been chosen. Each night, he watched as the others prepared. Scrolls were tied with practiced claws. Talons tapped stone with excitement. Feathers ruffled and glowed in the moonlight. Then, one by one, the owls launched into the open sky, carrying letters across counties and continents, winged heralds of the wizarding world. And Pip? He stayed. He had learned to wait. Quietly. Hopefully. He watched the stars and memorized their patterns. He studied the winds, tilting his head to feel their shifting dance. He watched other owls return, dusty, proud, sometimes tired. He listened to their stories, the fog above the Thames, the snow over Ottery St. Catchpole, the way Muggle lights flickered like fireflies below. He didn't mind the waiting. Not really. But some part of him, a soft, fluttering thing inside, longed for a scroll of his own. It was on a winter night, when the wind bit through the tower stones and most of the owls were curled tight in slumber, that Pip noticed something strange. Near the far wall, behind an old wooden beam half-eaten by time, something glimmered faintly in the dark. He hopped closer. The others didn't stir. And there, tucked into a shadowed crevice, was a scroll. It was old, its parchment yellowed at the edges, curled into itself like a sleeping leaf. A faded wax seal clung to its center, the emblem nearly erased by years of dust. Pip blinked. Tilted his head. He touched it gently with his beak. And the moment he did, the seal shimmered, just for a heartbeat. Not bright. Not loud. But unmistakably alive. There was a name written across the scroll in ink gone soft with age. Pip didn't know the name. No one at Hogwarts had spoken it in years, maybe longer. But something in the way the scroll warmed to his feathers, the way it seemed to reach for the air, it felt like a request. Not an order. And Pip was ready. He tucked the scroll beneath his claw and leapt into the night. The wind outside was sharp, laced with frost. Snowflakes danced like silver feathers around him as Pip pushed his small wings through the sky. He flew past the towers, past the lake that lay frozen and quiet. He flew into clouds, through still air, over fields painted white by winter's hush. He did not know where he was going. But the scroll knew. It hummed softly beneath his claws, guiding his turns, warming when he veered the right way. Pip followed it through the sleeping countryside, over hedgerows and rooftops, through valleys no owl had passed in years. Once, he nearly fell. A gust nearly turned him sideways. But he steadied himself, gritted his little talons, kept flying. The sky lightened to lavender, then gold. And just as the first sunbeam touched the edge of the world, Pip saw it. A cottage. Small, nestled into the roots of a hill, moss on its roof, the chimney whispering smoke into the morning sky. He landed softly on the window-sill. Inside, an old wizard stirred. White hair, clouded eyes, a cane leaning nearby. He wore a heavy robe lined with runes faded from decades of wear. He paused when he saw Pip, surprised, then puzzled. Then something flickered in his gaze. Recognition? Memory? Pip held out the scroll. The wizard crossed the room slowly. His fingers trembled as he untied the parchment. He stared at the name. His eyes filled. And then, carefully, reverently, he opened it. The letter was short. Just a handful of words. But whatever it said, whatever it meant, the wizard pressed it to his chest and let out a sound Pip had never heard before. It was a mix of laughter and sorrow. Of relief. "I thought they forgot me," the wizard whispered. His voice was cracked with age, but clear. Pip tilted his head. The wizard looked out the window. "You weren't late," he said gently. "You came when I needed it most." He sat by the fire, the scroll in his lap, reading it again and again. And Pip, tired and proud, perched on the mantel above him. For a while, they sat together. The fire crackled. The world breathed. And when Pip was ready, he turned and flew home. By the time he returned to the owlery, the sun had fully risen. The tower was beginning to stir. Feathers fluffed. Wings stretched. Pip landed softly in the corner. He was quiet. But the others noticed. There was something in his gaze now. Something older. Something earned. From that day on, Pip's perch was moved to the warmest spot in the owlery, beside a window that caught the morning light. A small gold ribbon was tied above it, not for show, not for ceremony. Just because. He had flown his first mission. He had waited, and flown, and returned. And somewhere, on the edge of a forest no one remembered, a wizard sat in peace, a letter on his table and a single feather resting beside it. Left by the owl who waited. The owl who came when it mattered. The owl who was never, ever too late. We began our journey in the mist and hush of memory, where parchment crackled under candlelight and the rustle of wings echoed through the towers of Hogwarts. Do you remember the first owl? The one that came before the scrolls were enchanted, before the owlery was even built? A wild creature drawn to the castle not by spell or charm, but by something older. A bond. The magic of trust. That first flight became a legacy. We watched as owls became more than birds. They became bearers of secrets, of summons, of dreams sealed in wax. They flew through weather, through war, through silence. From the ministry to Hogsmeade, from forest edge to faraway homes. We learned how Hogwarts crafted its owlery stone by stone, how students and staff alike built it not just as a post tower, but as a sanctuary. A place where messages could rest before flight. Where magic could be trusted to fly on soft, steady wings. We traced the evolution of owls as partners. From the noble eagle owls of pure-blood families, to the humble, loyal birds shared by those who had little but love to send. We saw how Hedwig became a symbol, not just of Harry's journey, but of every unspoken bond between wizard and owl. We explore the spells woven into scrolls, the ethics of magical communication, the hidden enchantments of owl flight itself. We began our journey in the mist and hush of memory, where parchment crackled under candlelight and the rustle of wings echoed through the towers of Hogwarts. Do you remember the first owl? The one that came before the scrolls were enchanted, before the owlery was even built? A wild creature drawn to the castle not by spell or charm, but by something older. A bond. The magic of trust. That first flight became a legacy. We watched as owls became more than birds. They became bearers of secrets, of summons, of dreams sealed in wax. They flew through weather, through war, through silence. From the Ministry to Hogsmeade, from forest edge to faraway homes. We learned how Hogwarts crafted its owlery stone by stone, how students and staff alike built it not just as a post tower, but as a sanctuary. A place where messages could rest before flight. Where magic could be trusted to fly on soft, steady wings. We traced the evolution of owls as partners. From the noble eagle owls of pure-blood families, to the humble, loyal birds shared by those who had little but love to send. We saw how Hedwig became a symbol, not just of Harry's journey, but of every unspoken bond between wizard and owl. We explored the spells woven into scrolls, the ethics of magical communication, the hidden enchantments of owl flight itself. And we remembered that when the wizarding world broke apart in war, the owls kept flying. Not because they had to, but because they were trusted. Because they remembered the promise of that first scroll. Because someone, somewhere, was still waiting. And in the quiet after all of that, we met Pip. Just one owl. Small. Quiet. Never chosen until a forgotten letter changed everything. You see, that's the story of the owls. It's not just about post or parchment or feathers in flight. It's about what it means to be faithful. To wait. To listen. To carry something important, even if no one notices. And that is the magic we've been sharing tonight. We uncovered so many quiet secrets together, didn't we? Little pieces of magic, tucked between the feathers and scrolls. Not loud spells or heroic tales. But the kind of magic that hums beneath the surface, the kind you only hear when everything else has gone still. We learned about the enchanted bindings, those old spells layered into owl talon rings that knew where a person lived, not just on a map, but in the magic of memory. Some scrolls traveled further than anyone knew, through enchantments no human could pass. Some found wizards who had vanished from the world. Others found hearts that had been waiting years. We found cursed scrolls, too. Twisted bits of dark magic, hidden in innocent wrapping. And brave owls, yes, brave, who carried them anyway, because someone needed to know the truth. Because even warnings need wings. We saw the creation of the Scroll Rights Act, the quiet revolution in how owls are treated. How after the war, the wizarding world finally looked up and said, "We see you. We thank you." We explored the post-war owlery, renovated, warm, filled with rest stones and healing wards. No longer just a tower of work, but a place of peace. A place where even the oldest owls could sleep without burden. And beneath all that history, we glimpsed the very soul of owl magic. Not the grand flights, but the in-between moments. The scrolls that were lost and found. The letters never sent, and the ones that arrived just in time. The owls that waited longer than anyone thought they could. The ones who flew anyway. Like Pip. The owl who had never flown. The scroll no one remembered. The wizard who thought he'd been forgotten. That little story, quiet and soft, might just hold more magic than all the rest. Because sometimes, the most important message is the one that takes the longest to arrive. If you're still listening, just barely, just drifting, you might be wondering, what do the owls teach us? They've carried letters and secrets and spells. They've flown through storms and silence. They've waited on towers and rooftops, perched above the sleeping world. But beneath all of that, the owls have taught us something simpler. Something softer. They've taught us patience. They wait without complaint. They do not ask when their scroll will come, or how long they must sit in shadow. They trust the moment. They trust the magic. They've taught us presence. An owl does not rush. It lands quietly, watches closely, feels the wind before the leap. It does not need to speak to be heard. It does not need applause to be proud. They've taught us purpose. Not grand, flashing purpose, but quiet work done with care. They carry messages that are not their own, yet they treat them with reverence. They fly not for fame, not for praise, but because it is needed. And sometimes, what they carry isn't a scroll at all. Sometimes, they carry hope. The kind written in trembling hands. The kind sent across years and silence. The kind that says, I remember you. I'm sorry. I still believe. Owls teach us that even the smallest task, delivering a single message, waiting for a scroll that may never come, is filled with meaning when done with love. That there is dignity in the unseen. That the world is full of magic we don't always notice until a feather falls on our windowsill. And in the quiet that follows, we remember. Some messengers carry more than parchment. They carry pieces of who we are. So the next time you see a bird crossing the sky, or hear the faint rustle of wings in the dark, perhaps, somewhere in the heart of magic, an owl is still flying for you. You stayed. Whether you listened wide-eyed from beginning to end, or drifted in and out, letting the words blur into dream, you stayed. And that means something. Because time is precious. Stillness is rare. And in a world that moves so fast, you chose to be here. Quiet, curious, maybe even a little enchanted, listening to the story of the owls. Thank you. Thank you for letting me whisper to you about scrolls and feathers, about Hedwig and Pip, about towers and hidden truths. Thank you for giving these quiet stories a place to land, inside your mind, your imagination, your sleep. It's easy to forget how powerful listening can be. But stories, like owls, need someone waiting at the window. You've been that someone tonight. And even if you didn't hear every word, even if you missed chapters or dozed through sections, it doesn't matter. The magic still found you. That's how it works, soft, invisible, gentle as wings brushing through dusk. You've given this story more than attention. You've given it life. Because when stories are heard, they echo. They stretch beyond their pages. They wrap themselves around memories, dreams, the quiet corners of our minds. And they stay. Just like owls. So as we close this chapter together, I want you to know. Your presence here is part of the story now. You've helped it become what it is. You've helped the owls fly a little further, carry a little more, reach someone they might not have reached otherwise. And if you're returning to this place, if you've listened before, or found comfort in other stories from this channel, I want to thank you twice. Your continued presence is a kind of quiet magic all its own. And if this was your first time here, then welcome. Truly. This space was made for you, for your stillness, your wonder, your rest. Let this be your owlery. Your night tower. A place you can return to whenever you need to hear a soft voice, a familiar rhythm, a touch of magic carried on the wind. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. Thank you for dreaming with me.